Thanks very much for joining us. I think the show doesn't even broadcast that first little bit there, but in the meantime, I say it anyway because you never know who's listening. The password is red. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to mute myself. Go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? The show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. Out and Z. I keep hearing manure.
Sie bitte. Thank you very much, D. Here we go. There's the chat right there. I'm going to pop that shit out like that. For some reason, my computer's a little bit slow today. Look at that, Bud Kilowatt is first. Good to see you, Bud. Always a pleasure. Oh, we get a lot of background noise in the background here, but anyway, maybe you guys don't hear it because the noise canceling might be working. In the meantime, I don't know if D's camera is frozen or what. I'm not really 100% sure what's going on with there, but anyway,
You know.
struggling. Oh no, it might just be a picture. That's what it is. That's what it
Yeah.
is. All right, so I'm going to post the link, ladies and germs. I just made tacos, honestly. It's freaking Taco Tuesday,
Oh,
and I just made tacos, but I didn't have a chance to eat them. So in a few minutes here, I'm going to
dude.
go and eat those tacos. Because again, it wouldn't be a Taco Tuesday if you didn't freaking munch on a couple of tacos. Your mom
Olay.
knows that well. Your mama knows that well. But in the
Mhm.
meantime, nothing fancy. Just honestly ground beef and some veggies and stuff. Really just the classic American taco, basically.
Right.
Classic American taco. What is that even?
Classic
Anyway,
American.
is that amusing? Is it like a classic American taco? What do you mean a fucking classic American taco? Anyway, cheers, J5. Good to see you. Smoke Sense is in the house. What's going on? Welcome, everybody. Oh, but Kilowatt's already joining us. Boom, there it is. Let me pin that link, folks, so that you may join us as well. Trying to make it a little bit more clear lately because I have been kind of yeah, I don't know, bothered with the direction of the show and stuff for a long time. Nice to see you, bud. So, folks, if you want to come on here, absolutely welcome. But please don't come on here to do stupid shit. Please don't come on here to start a fight. Obviously, the show is, of course, for adults only, like Dee said, adults and adults. But in the meantime, both of those people are allowed. Maybe the first one is a Dutch person or something. I don't know. But anyway, adults obviously only. Oh, look at that horsey. But in the meantime, don't come on here if you're coming to start stupid shit. Don't come on here just to hang out like a jerk off. This is not basically, I don't know, you're the corner bar where people get drunk and just pass out on the table. Sometimes I feel like that's what the show has become. That's probably my fault, you know. Basically, I had a lot going on in my life, so I basically didn't want. I keep saying basically over and over again. Anyway, I didn't have the energy, frankly, to really take the show by the reins and stuff. And so, you know, I kind of went along, what's the expression? Go along to get along, that kind of thing. So I'm definitely gonna be a lot more proactive because honestly, shit, I try not to talk about it too much because it's just not very interesting. But like I pay to run this show in a variety of ways. I still pay for the podcasting service and everything else. I always wonder why I'm doing that, but there's still people who listen to it. So I always feel bad when I think about turning it down. But if I am going to pay for those things, they are going to be rewarding for me. They are, or I'm going to stop doing them. So either they are enjoyable or they're financially rewarding, hopefully both, or I just basically have to move on with my life. So the first step basically in the process is to make sure that the show is something that I enjoy. And of course, I hope that it's going to be something that you enjoy as well. But in the meantime, folks, like I said, please don't come on here and show AI images of Disney characters getting splooged on. I really don't want to see that shit. I don't want to see anything
Yeah.
that you wouldn't really show your girlfriend or your mama. I don't care about saying like, oh, if you wouldn't show it to your mom, maybe you wouldn't show about weed. But if you wouldn't show it to your girlfriend or your best friend, don't show it on my fucking show. Honestly, I'm going to start banning people who are too douchey. I'm going to give you a warning first. Don't worry, I'm not some kind of fucking crazy asshole. But I am tired of it, honestly. So. I will probably tell some people from time to time, stop sharing that garbage, because I do get sick of it. I also get sick when people, because a lot of you guys don't know the rules at all with copyrights and everything else. I get a lot of strikes from time, well, not strikes anymore, thankfully, but I get a lot of copyright dings, basically, when you guys show a few seconds of this or that or the other thing. A lot of you guys don't have the tiniest idea how this works, and you don't give a shit, and that's fine for you. It's not fine for me. So if you guys keep doing that kind of stuff, yeah, there's going to be some consequences. You're going to not be able to share anymore, that kind of stuff. So be very careful, ladies and germs, about sharing stupid garbage on my show. We want to have a good, interesting discussion. That's basically where we're going from this. Let me hand it off to the crew here. D, what's going on, buddy? Welcome.
What's going on, everybody? I'm just chilling. Hello, chat. I'm not in chat right now. Hello, panel. I am smoking on Mick Flurry, also Candy Kush for now. Um, Check me out on Instagram at D_zombie_. Also on my YouTube channel, which I do live once in a while, DZombie_745. I hope everybody's having a great night. Hello, lurkers in the chat.
Amen.
Cheers, everybody.
Looks like J5 was suffering from the time lag of shortening his handle because he was second and not first. Next time that aerodynamic advantage will come into effect, I'm sure, J5. Who was second? I think actually Bud was second. We'll say hello to you in a second here, Smash. What's going on, Bud? Oh, and a freaking parrot.
The sun is still out thanks to the time change and starting the show right on time. These are the parrots.
That's funny. For some reason, your camera is blurred. Do you have like blurring on or something on your phone?
I'm gonna use. I don't have my good phone. This is my phone. It has a scratch on the camera. I'll switch in it. I'm getting close to being done.
Makes sense.
I think the background's blurred.
You might be right, Smash.
I can see a little scratch on my. Yeah, I've had this phone I think 6 years. So.
Well, it still works. Why mess with a good thing?
S9.
Oh,
that was a long time ago, right? S9.
Those were expensive when they came out. Yeah.
Yeah, it served me all right, but it's got. I have two of them. One of them I hardly use, and is fine. This one I always use, and yeah, the camera's messed up.
We can see you perfect. Take off the background filter. Like, go to background.
I think that's what it is. It's the background blur. Yeah.
Wait, let me see.
You look perfect.
That's what it is.
Filters.
Good.
Well,
where's mine?
Meanwhile, what's going on, Smash?
I don't even know where my mic. What's up, everyone? I hope you're having a good night. Yeah, got the garden going. Everything's looking good. Watered really heavy yesterday. So I go live a lot too. For Smash Swing on everything.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, I had oral surgery at 3:30, and they removed a tooth.
Oh man.
And well, this guy's good because he was like, "Oh, we're all done." I didn't even feel it, and now it's a few hours later. Yeah, not bad. I was expecting.
Do you have to stop smoking for a while?
Well, that's what they say. Yeah, but it's I mean, smoking's bad. Period.
Make sure it's wet.
It's about suction. Like you don't want to draw on a straw. You don't want to spit. Cigarette is drawing. Your screen is drawing. Yeah. Even though I was only supposed to wear the gauze piece for like an hour, if I decide to smoke, I'll like put the gauze piece in. So then I'm not. It's all about what they call dry socket, something like that. I don't know. I've had a people before. Just was really careful. I won't be like doing big dabs or drawing hard, or coughing, or you gotta take it easy. Take antibiotics. You give me antibiotics, and thank God, because this tooth, it wasn't savable. It had a hole down to my nerve. Waiting for this appointment. The last week it didn't hurt, but the week before, I had a couple episodes where I felt like getting pliers myself and just like one thing. I've dealt with some pain before, but we all have had dental stuff. If you're whatever age, there's a point when a toothache goes to this red alert level. I don't think there's any. I mean, I'm sure there is pain worse than that, but I've never experienced it.
It's pretty up there.
Your eyes. When anything gets in your eyes and irritates them, that's one of the worst.
But when you're like one of your nerves, I mean, it's
nerve pain is just next level shit.
Your nerve is exposed, or So like anytime you have a tooth pulled because that, oh, it's a relief. And I'm 60. It's one of my back teeth. Yeah, they were trying to prep me and say that we should, I forget what they called it, bone graft, for I'd be more prepared to put a, I don't know, that titanium. And beyond the price of it, years ago they showed me like a model of what it is, and basically it's this screw that they're going to screw into your jaw and then put it. Yeah, when I saw the model, I was like, oh no, 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 no. Oh, it's only one appointment. It's not gonna, no. Just the idea of them screwing this pretty large screw into your jaw, I was like, no thanks.
You see everyone get veneers, which I don't really know.
As you're
What's
young,
that, Smash? You cut out a little bit.
You're younger than me. I'd advise take care of your dental shit. Because the older root canals, cat crowns, all the checkups. Yeah, I've always neglected my dental stuff.
A luxury, bro.
And now I'm at an age where, I'm starting to have to face those realities.
Well, more or less, teeth really only are supposed to last about 50 years. Or they say something like that. It's a luxury bone. That's why there's a different insurance for it. That's why.
That's why basically dentists have literally lobbied to keep it separately because they make more money this way, basically.
And don't think that a root canal and a crown and a cap, all that stuff, lasts forever. No, and those cost a lot of money. Some of the work when I really thought about it, it was 20 years. Yeah. That's some of those decay or have issues. And then, I
said everyone's getting veneers.
Yeah. Well, veneers is like,
I don't even know how that works.
That has more to do with the look, which I'm not so concerned with look. I'm just want to be able to eat. So, yeah. Yeah.
I guess the veneers do come into action actually for some people who have, let's say, for example, a lot of people have the so-called meth mouth, right? Where their teeth basically all rotted out. I think that's actually from candy, believe it or not. But a lot of times people just feverishly suck down candy on meth, apparently. Anyway, veneers basically, I guess, can kind of cover all that bullshit. But I think you still have to basically get that root canal to actually have a tooth that you can chew on. And I mean, the veneer is basically just literally a thin sheet of porcelain on the outside. So,
wow. See, I didn't know because people said you can eat with them and stuff. I was like, interesting.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you have to have an actual tooth there first, right? Like the veneer goes, it's kind of like wood veneer, basically. A veneer is something that goes, it's a thin sheet of something really nice that goes on top of something. So, for example, veneered wood basically is like furniture that was just, I don't know, some fucking wood, oak, or whatever the fuck, doesn't matter what was cheap. And then basically they put that really nice fine grained stuff, but a super thin sheet of it on the top just for looks, basically. That's kind of the same thing with teeth. They actually kind of shave down your teeth, apparently. It's a very unappealing thing. But if you're a Hollywood star, I guess you have to have that. Fuck, doesn't matter if it's cheap. I'm real estate agent or something. Right on. Hop on, folks. I'm gonna go eat my freaking tacos, so I'm gonna bounce here in a few minutes. I'll be back. I do want to go eat dinner, but in the meantime, hop on, folks. Come join the conversation. Tell us about your spring planting season, and tell us about whatever's going on. This is basically a conversational show. Feel free to share some news articles. When I come back, I want to share a couple of news articles that I found from Reddit over the last few days. I really want us to have some more stimulating discussions, and sometimes basically the conversation just meanders pointlessly. When it meanders pointfully, that's something that I'm interested in. Oh, look at that. Dr. Dre apparently got a star on the Walk of Fame, and he was there with Eminem, 50 Cent, and Snoop Dogg. That's kind of amusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Let's see here. Oh, we got the chipmunk.
That's funny. You haven't had that in a while.
The return of the chipmunk. Oh, this was excellent. I got to show
Mic check.
I can hear you.
Okay. I think you're gonna pay for the Walk of Fame. Like
Oh
they
yeah,
pay
yeah.
for the
No,
Walk.
what it is basically is the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce administers the Walk of Fame, and they basically vote as a council who gets to have a star. So, for example, Dr. Dre obviously was voted by the committee, because the committee is not the actual commissioners of the what do they just call it, Hollywood, just the fuck the whatever.
Yeah.
Long story
Yeah.
short, that fucking organization, basically, I used to know more about this apparently,
And
and
they
like I
charge
evidently like
him.
fell out of my brain. But long
Yeah.
story short, they basically present the person, the fan, I don't know, Robin Williams or fucking Christopher Walken or whatever. And if they want to pay for the upkeep, basically in perpetuity, they pay, and it's up to like 70 grand now. It used to be only like 35 grand. But basically, what that is the perpetual upkeep of that space, because they've never apparently actually removed a star. All the stars from way back when. They apparently move some stars from time to time, I've heard, but they don't actually remove the stars.
And
So
there's
evidently
like
it's forever.
There's the prime area, and then there's the down the street area, and there's there's a whole politic to it. And when you say they move stars, that's because certain people, A-listers, don't want to be down on Gower Street or whatever. They want to be up on Hollywood Boulevard, and so they gave a star to so many years ago.
Oh my God,
is less significant today, and they move them. Yeah. And for many years now, they've had to have Trump's have like its own security.
They're thinking about getting rid of it because it keeps getting shit on and broken and all kinds of stuff.
Which is like, I mean, just the epitome of the whole thing. That
it's perfect. It's absolute perfection.
like
Basically, it's one of the world's great toilets.
Stars that it turns out are pretty bad people, like we're molesters or different shit.
Yeah.
No one fucks with their stars, but Trump needs special security on it.
Well, he's a special kind of asshole. So
even the fact that he has one.
Yeah, right. Seriously. I guess they gave it to him for the apprenticeship, but still, what a joke.
I was gonna say, he had a TV show for a little bit.
That's it. I mean, it was whatever. It's not really worth going into, but people forget that it was supposed to be kind of a joke. Like, wait, Trump is the guy? Like, it was literally like a fucking joke. It was like, what, you don't want Mark Cuban or somebody? And no, because Mark Cuban was busy, right? Like, he was actually a real businessman, and it's still kind of a clown, right? But still like a real businessman that made a ton of money.
Produces this guy Mark Burnett. I've loved some of his shows over the years, right? He's done a bunch of them. I mean, I get that, certain people have whatever moral character or whatever, but he has the vault of the outtakes or just all this stuff that they say.
Up to and including apparently Trump like loudly shitting his diaper. Like, seriously, like multiple people have said that he just evacuates his bowels into his diaper.
The sexism at its peak, right? It would be in today's, what's the women's movement thing? Oh, no, he'd be canceled for any number of things. That guy, for all these years, won't release it.
I hate to say it, though, but I don't think Trump can be canceled. I think he's the only guy that basically is immune to that kind of stuff. That doesn't mean that his orbit basically doesn't get canceled, because I mean they do stupid shit and they get in trouble. The one guy, Peter Navarro, is going to jail. He was trying to like fight going to jail, and the Supreme Court actually said, nope, you're going to jail now. So he's not immune. But
you realize that when Clinton was whatever, he spoke at the Democratic convention. He was like one of the top economic advisors on China issues, like for a decade, on MSNBC and all these channels. He was a Democrat, and then somehow,
Who are you talking about?
Navarro.
I never inhaled.
Oh, Peter Navarro? I don't remember him being liberal, but maybe.
Dude, today they played excerpts from when he was speaking at the Democratic convention. He had a speech for Hillary's nomination, whatever years ago that was. And
people
he
change.
was a Democrat.
People change. It's always weird to see people switch so extremely, but people change. My mom was a lifelong atheist and then became super religious.
Yeah, no, you can't quite change like that, dude. No.
Oh no, I've met plenty of people. That was the you were talking about a couple days ago. You were talking about the oh my God, these days we call them chicken hawks, the neoliberals. All those guys, almost they were almost all dudes, so almost to a man. They were all liberal dudes in colleges and when they were young, and then they flipped like a light switch to become this weird new form of conservative. And it was like a specific kind of guy that basically they flipped essentially from college to when they were older.
And
What's
recruited
his,
too. There was like generations of the neocons.
mhm. Yeah. They're
And
still kind of around.
well, what's
Bolton.
surprising to me, oh, they were pretty strong up
Hmm.
until Trump, and then somehow Trump wiped them out. Like
Yeah,
they
isn't
were
that funny?
like they were generational. They like, oh yeah,
Hmm.
Rumsfeld and Cheney got too old, but they had a group of people, and then somehow they're not even
Not
like,
again.
oh, don't think that they're not still there. Like you said, oh no, they're still there.
Mm.
They're waiting. They'll be back.
But like you say, a good example, Cheney's daughter, Liz Cheney, basically was in Congress and everything else, in large part, actually, because of her family name and everything else. Trump got her kicked out, basically. The MAGA movement got her kicked out, basically, because she was investigating his January 6th stuff and on the other committees that she was on. And anyway, they kicked her
Spoke
the
the
fuck
truth.
out.
Like she's just like she never wavered. Like it is crazy how
And
they
a
got
super
these
conservative
people.
chick, not some, I don't even know, what do they call them, rhinos or
She's a
whatever? Yeah,
real,
rhinos.
to be honest, I'm not at all supportive of anything Republican, but she's like, if there was more of her, we would, uh, you know, like it is a two-party system until we change that. It only works if both sides are like reasonable and can compromise and whatever. And in the last couple of years, I kind of miss that old Republicans, like the real Republicans.
It's been a
I don't know
while.
what
Yeah,
it
it's
is
been a while.
today. Like they're not. That's not even a party at
Compromising
this
because
point.
honestly, when Republican compromises, that gets them in trouble. Oh, I'm probably roboting. All right, I'll
Yeah,
take this opportunity since I'm roboting to go eat some dinner. These guys are co-hosts, so ladies and gentlemen, do hop on and join the conversation. I'll be back hopefully in, I don't know, 15 minutes or something. So we'll see how it goes. Hop on, folks. We'd love to see some fresh faces. We haven't seen Red on the show before. Well, actually, we have, but it's been a super long time. Feel free to hop on, buddy. Welcome everyone to the chat, by the way. I've forgotten to say hello to everyone. James in the house, Stony, J5, of course. What's going on,
Oh, it's funny.
J5? Jones in the house. Dead Fish fan, good to see you, buddy. Crime Work Rose is hanging. Who else in here? Frank Rose Dank, of course, the legend himself. Atomic Spoon stopped by. Who else in here? Ned Kelly's in the house. Bunch of people. Smoke Sense. Welcome, folks. Lurkers,
all the
non-lurkers, all of
usual
you.
suspects.
Yeah, right. A lot of the usual suspects. Seriously. Hop on, folks. Join the conversation. Welcome.
Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and the bell to get notified when we go live and do the shows. Cheers, everybody. Let's roll another joint. I want some tacos now. Fucking Fumador, thanks a lot. Cheers, everybody in chat. Oh, let's turn my keyboard on.
Let's get an update.
An update on what?
His new room and the status of his plant.
Might not be there.
No, I'm not in the room yet. My phone's charging, but we'll go down there in a minute. I did enter to be a judge for the Harvest Cup this year.
Nice.
I pulled out my form. I said number one, I would want to do flour. Number two, I would want to do hash. Three,
fuck yeah.
rolls. So those are my top three, and then I gave them a bottom three just in case. So hopefully, I get to be a judge this year for the Harvest Cup for the flour.
That'd be pretty cool. Does it cost you anything? Because usually,
No.
you have to pay to get in to do it.
No, this is more of like they pick the judges.
Oh,
Yeah.
right on.
I think only the High Times thing is like a paid judge thing. It didn't
No,
use
there's some competitions around here that do it.
I judged High Times like probably about 7 times. My wife, 7 like to different ones over a couple years. My wife was always at a both because she was like actually had she knew what she was talking about with edible. And myself, I always requested indica, which I think like 5 times was indica, and then 2 times they've had me in hybrid. This was this is over 10 years ago. That is actually when I realized and fully knew that like I'm an indica person. Because even when I was doing the indicas, I would have access to a lot. I was friends with people that worked in the high times, so I got a lot of the different category weed samples. Yeah, I was like, I never really. I mean, they were good, they were impressive, but me personally, I like those indicas. That's just me.
Dude, all this time I thought you were a sativa guy. I never knew, bud.
Yeah.
For some reason I thought you were into sativa. But that's cool, man. Yeah, I'm an indica person too.
And I think what's gonna come back, but we're in a hybrid era. Like most everything is hybrids, right?
Yeah.
And most of those lean on the sativa. A lot of those lean on the sativa side due to people want the yield, and there's a certain thing. But yeah, I love the indicas. Fat leaf, whatever. I guess now there's people saying it's thin leaf and fat leaf is how you're supposed to describe it. Which, yeah, most of the indicas that I really fell in love with, one characteristic all those plants had, super fat leaves. Like,
yes, sir. Yeah.
And they didn't stretch much.
No.
And
yeah, I
have the Bubba. I got that back and going, and that's like what I would consider like a pure indica.
Yeah, right on.
I'd like to get Master Kush, Platinum Kush, some of those other ones back.
Platinum Kush is good. I like that one. I'm not into Master Kush that much.
I don't even know if there's anything else in nature that is Kush. You know, a lot of cannabis scents or flavors are like, oh, it's orange. Well, orange or it's papaya or it's produced in something else. I've never smelled Kush on anything else. Like maybe there is a plant or some kind of herb that is similar, but I've never. Kush is like unique to weed in my life.
Hey Miranda, I'm gonna bust up some mochi. I already had some of that.
You're muted, just so you know.
Yeah. Long time.
I'm all muted out.
Hey Miranda.
Guarded looks great. I can't even speak.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Randa's garden, he really cares about keeping it clean. Which is, usually the source of most problems, bugs, mold, any number of things come from that. And I'm always amazed when I look at his setup, which I know he has been doing this a while, so this isn't just brand new first time around. It always looks like it's perfectly clean. He cares about that.
I'm actually super excited to repaint the floor when it gets a little warmer out. Nice boxy basement concrete paint.
Right on.
But yeah, keeping it clean is definitely keeps bugs away, bullshit. And also, I don't go play outside and just walk into my room either. Like I change my fucking clothes, shoes, both like shit like that. All makes a big difference. If you got outdoor and indoor, you always gotta do your indoor first, then go outside. Or you have to come in and take a shower.
Yeah, or take your clothes off, take a shower, put some new clothes on.
But I know, like I myself, I know all what you're saying, but that's extra work, extra steps. and it only matters if you're consistent with it. Like, oh, you can get
Yeah.
excited about it for a couple weeks, but to do that day in and day out for years, yeah, you got good practices. Those are great practices.
And
Oh, yeah,
also don't forget, if you're visiting someone else that has a garden, that's a good
Bam.
idea to do the same thing. So I learned that from experience. I went and grabbed some worm castings off this lady. Nothing wrong with the castings or nothing, but she's like, "Are you using that casting for plants?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Can you come and look at my plants? There's something wrong with them." I'm like, "Okay." Someone looked at them and then didn't know at first until it was too late, and it was mites, mites or something. She had something on her plants. I forget what it was now, but yeah, I
Dude,
brought them back.
the fuck. Yeah, some places you go, you gotta, if you see stuff, burn your fucking clothes after.
Yeah.
I was in some dude's house before, not in his house, but he was in like a where the hell it was where we were smoking, and he had his plants all like buds hanging in those like dryer racks. They're all hanging out of the ceiling, and we were in there for like 20 minutes roasting up and shit, and then I like stood up, so my back's fucked up. I got to stretch and shit. I look over and there's like webs, like mite webs all over every single fucking thing in his room. Everything's hanging there. So he starts like just smacking the webs with his hands, and there's fucking mites and webs flying everywhere. And I was bugging the fuck out. Like
Yeah.
I was, because I had to go back in my car. I didn't want to drive home naked. You know what I mean? Like, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be like, peace. See you later.
Uh-oh. We'll get it. Shorty got low. I got to make a new one.
That reminds me, years ago when I was fighting Spidermites, I harvested and had all my plants hanging in the thing. And the next day when I came in, there was like a ball, like at the top stem, the plant's upside down. So the thick part of the stem up on top, there was like the size of a marble, maybe even a couple of them were bigger, where all the mites that were on the plant, because you cut it down, somehow went up to the top or the bottom, but it was the top, and like made some ball. They were like dead, or it wasn't like they were alive anymore. It was like there was no more plant. But yeah, there was like these balls of fucking spider mites that like congregated on top of each other to die or something.
So when the fuck did good soil cost more than a good bag of weed? You know what I mean? Like going to the store, it's $44 for a bag of soil. That's fucking crazy shit.
What are you buying?
That's Costa Maine. That's made in a fucking one state away. 44 bucks.
The most I pay is 35.
The store had a blowout sale. It was $25 a bag compared to the 44. So I haven't gotten this shit in a long time, but I got it wrapped up.
Why don't you talk to Dylan?
Yeah.
Well, I'm on the West Coast. I never had access to this coast of Maine, but a couple days or last week I heard on some other cannabis show. I forget which one. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I guess some people said that the coast of Maine, they had a problem with a batch, and people had some problems because of, and yeah, that's happened to all the companies. That's what's hard about being a soil company year after year. Yeah, things can happen.
You know what I've been using though is I do like their Costa Maine plant food, and this hasn't fucked anything up yet. So even if the soil's fucked up, I can still add this, and things would be good. The only thing that I'm nervous about is opening that bag because I haven't opened them. Just opening up
what they call those mites, like they were called russet mites, or and at the time the word on the community was that it came from, I think it was Fox Farm, their soils. But yeah, it's one of the big soil companies put out big huge batch of soil that had what turned out to be one of the worst pests for cannabis, the root aphid, yeah, something like that. Even though we call it a root aphid, it's not really an aphid. It's some kind of root. And when people got that back then, oh, it was pretty much game over. Like worse than Spidermite. It fucking killed your whole thing. And it came from bad soil initially, and then it got spread around to like clones and everything else.
Actually, going.
You guys all plotting and planning what's going outside for this year's crops or what?
Why don't you talk to Dylan?
I got Dylan's phone number. I could talk to him whenever.
Dude, he charged like normal base price for the stores is like $30 a bag. It's like $300.
Is that a 1.5 cubic foot bag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty expensive. I mean, that's high end soil because most bags that I level in on, I get a good price and discount is like under 20. Like to pay over 30 would be better be good if it's that much money.
I pay between 45 and $50 for 3.5 cubic feet of soil bag bale. Canadian, of course.
When I get a bag of soil, I wipe the bag down outside before it comes in the house. I also bring a trash bag for each bag of soil and individually wrap them, bring them in the house and keep them because I don't know what the fuck's in those things. And then when I open it, I open the bag of soil with a flashlight right there and I look at the fucking soil like a crackhead. I'm fucking staring at it. You know what I mean? I want to see if shit's crawling or moving or anything. Look on the side of the bag, dig in it, make sure there's nothing moving. And then if I don't see nothing, then I'll use it. But if I don't go through that whole process, you get fucked.
Masonics strain right here literally does not want to get trained. It wants to grow vertical, like one stem. Everything else is taken to it pretty nice, though.
Bend that whole plant over.
I did. Look, it's at a 90.
There's always some genetics that way. I remember I had this friend years ago, like 20 years ago, that had this plant outside that it was more like a Thai plant, I think. It grew horizontal in his beds outside. He would just like string it down and then string it down, and then it would be like 12 feet down or longer, and then there'd be these little like 1 foot stems that would grow buds up. That was his technique. He was a backyard guy back when you weren't, you go to jail for having a plant or two. And so his way around it was to grow them like where he did it horizontal. It didn't look so much like a weed plant like typically. Certain strains you could do that with. Other strains, nah, they don't. They're not going to do well like that.
Dude, all these plants just got a heavy dose of worm castings. What else did I do? Silica, lactobacillus, couple different types. Yeah. They all just got watered yesterday with a bunch of stuff.
Sweet. What's going on, Green Fingers?
Not much. What's up, guys?
I got green fingers.
Yeah.
How was the weather today? It was really nice here, so I imagine it was pretty nice there.
Yeah. 70 something.
Fuckers.
I think we could be in the spring, and we won't look back for 6, 7, 8 months. It'll be good. No more winter weather. I think we're like right there.
Well,
Like the storms we had last week might have been the last of that shit we have for the remainder of the year.
well, Canada, well, Toronto went back to winter, where we have snow again. Freaking stuff.
Yeah, we just had rain yesterday. Overcast all day today.
We had a condition that reminded me when I used to visit Hawaii that there was like afternoon squall. I forgot how you say it, but 3 days in a row it was sunny all day, and then around 4 o'clock it would get ominous, and then it would just dump for like 1 hour, series like measurable amount of rain, and then all of a sudden it would be sunset and it would be clear again. 3 days in a row.
Yep. I got the same weather. That was crazy. Like 3 a.m. every night here for the last 3 nights. It rained here. Like, what the hell?
Of course, like that's the time when I'm bringing in all the horse. Oh, and this had thunder and lightning, which, yeah, and yeah, it caught us off guard with the routine because, yeah, when a thunder hits, you never know how a horse is going to react to it.
That's a lovely smoke fire extinguisher for Miranda.
That thing's like fucking Home Depot for $10, and if you don't got one in your grow, you're probably risking unnecessary shit. Playing around with a lot of electric, might as well have one for $10, right? Makes sense. Safety
Have you ever
first.
Yes, right. Has anyone ever seen those? It's like in a commercial kitchen, the fire suppression systems, but for a grow room.
I've seen people that had like the building have a suppression system because one time, yeah, something went wrong with it and it fucking flooded out the whole building, and then the landlord had to get involved, and yeah, it was a whole mess, but it was one of those systems, and it triggered. There was no fire or anything. It just triggered.
Oh, what a mess.
Yeah.
But John Burfello, Johnny B, a grower from BC, showed us using one he had in his grow tent, right in the corner, actually, right above his all his electrical, in case there's any electrical fire or anything, or just activate.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Okay, Fumador.
Growing, we weren't like there wasn't information, right? And people that learned from was hard to come by. And there was a lot of more things you would hear about of fires and things that happened. But considering now so many more people grow, so many more, like exponentially. But because there's like open information, yeah, people understand some of the basics of, especially if you're in your house, the limitations of what's in that wall socket. Understanding 15 amp circuits and that, and all the basics that a lot of times if you don't understand those, the fire starts when you're like trying to pull more juice than the wire in your walls rated for. I can remember about 30 years ago in apartment buildings where we didn't know what the fuck we were doing, but we knew that the wall where the wire ran behind in the wall, you could put your hand on the wall and feel the warmth of it. It's like we were running like mass amount of power through like a 15 amp fucking circuit in the wall that the wall, you could feel the heat with your hand.
I believe LEDs changed that a little bit, drawing so much power. Like when I had my HPS, I almost had a fire a couple times.
Yeah, well, a 1,000-watt HPS is using at 110, like basically 5 amps, right? Yeah, and even the timers and stuff like that, those are rated for 15 amps. Not that if you put 20 amps through it, it wouldn't work, but like maybe 6 months later, it would melt down and start a fire because it wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't rated. The plastic, it wasn't rated for that much temperature. Because the truth is, once you start getting like X amount of power, power's warmth. Like I remember calling my electrician back, who I had like a real like union electrician do all this work for me. He's a friend of mine for my whole life. He'd do it by the book. But sometimes I'd be like, "Oh, dude, I can feel it's warm. The circuit box." He's like, "Well, yeah, dude, you're pulling whatever fucking like whatever. There's a certain amount of warmth that's there. That's not a you know, like
that burn mark is a timer that melted, and the cord that melted right into the timer, and that almost caught my house on fire.
That's wild.
That was a shitty. That was a cheap ass surge protector that I had too, and I shouldn't have had the surge protector plugged in.
We were just kids. We had this like 1-bedroom apartment, and we figured out by throwing the breaker different things. So I think we had 3 total circuits in the apartment: the kitchen area, the bedroom area in the hallway, and the bathroom was separate because it's like GFI. So then we were only in this bedroom, but we had to run extension cords from each place to make it function. And we were pushing it, like even the fact that we got away with all that stuff back then and never had anything bad happen, that was a miracle because we had no idea what we were doing. That's all. It was like 1990, and yeah, even if you like the guy at the grocery store was semi cool, but the vibe, he couldn't even talk to you, not even basics. It was like you couldn't talk to the guy at the store. Like it was like and there was no like it was way in the 2000s when I found the forums. So like there was like at least 10 years that I grew where there was like 1 or 2 of friends in our little circle, and none of us like there was no information. Like today, there's an overload of it. If I was a new grower, I think the biggest problem would be is too much information. Yeah. I think that's what some people's problem is they get in, they start listening to all this stuff, and then they are in 10 different directions, which not that any of that information is bad, but sometimes you got to just stick to one lane. Keep it simple. Like I always told people I was starting with for the first year or two, I'd be like, we got to get a baseline, because they would start and then they would go to the store themselves, or they would read, or they would hear, and then they would want to add all these things they heard about. Where I was like, well, let's just have a baseline. And then once we know the baseline, then we could add like one product and see what it does. But that, I remember looking back, I get it. They were enthused and they got like, they just wanted to do things, more. And I was always, as a mentor, I guess, I was always trying to rein them back and just keep it simple. Like, look, it works just like this. Don't mess with it. Keep it simple. That's always my advice to somebody that's new. And new would be like at least 1 year in indoor where you have like 3-4 crops. Yeah, and then you could start playing around. But a lot of times people like they're not even done with their first crop and they've already added like 10 different things. So they don't even know what worked, what didn't work, what was good, like you kind of got to do a little like science to it, You can't just add 3 different things in one session, and then you have no idea what did what, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people like that at the beginning. They have like 50 bottles of different things, dump it all in,
Yeah.
overload everything, and then fuck everything up.
Yeah. Over water and over fertilize. That's like, I guess that'd probably be the two most common rookie mistakes, I'd say.
I definitely don't.
But I get it. I get that enthusiasm. Somehow I still have that. I know what that, I could still remember me having that enthusiasm as a young person, which I can't remember that many things from being a young person, but I remember that. And I see that with like even myself who spends a good amount of time on these YouTube. I mean, in my mind, there's a lot of what I call 5-year wonders. You know, people have been growing for 5 years and seem to know everything. It's cool. I was one of those people. I remember at about 5 years, I thought I knew everything. It was at 10 years, I realized I didn't know nothing. And then the last 20 years since then, yeah, I know some things, but no, it's because, especially my timing of going through this, yeah, it's just amazing that what the forums were really the beginning of what we're doing right now, and all this other content that now is, I guess, much easier to absorb through video content and people rather than just typing. Because I remember myself, I only went to school in 9th grade. So, I can talk decent, but if you ask me to write out something cohesive and proper punctuation, and that would be a lot of work. I remember reading some of the old forums and just thinking, God, somebody must have spent like hours, because some of those posts, like respond, would be back and forth. It'd be a whole conversation. They were like 10 paragraphs on one. Like, I know I haven't looked, but I know I've heard that all that stuff's still out there. Yeah, I know you could learn a lot on YouTube and with the video content, but if you had a new person and steered them into the forums and kind of like the right like forum, because some of those were legendary. What do you call it? Topics. There'd be a topic that went on for like the whole time, years. That would at the beginning start off where we didn't even know, and then by years later, we like even the Pacabutazole thing. Like, yeah, there was like a thread there where when it was like everyone was using it, and we all fell for the bullshit from Humboldt Nutrient Company or whatever it was called that sold Bushmaster, and claimed that the only thing in it was neuro whatever, it's the active ingredient for seaweed. So they were trying to say that it was seaweed, that like 1 milliliter in like a reservoir would make
seaweed, man.
Morph, not grow any taller, and the buds would be so hard that it would break teeth on the grinder. Right? There was a thread there where it went from everyone being excited and talking about using it and blah 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 to like skull and bones all the way, like full cycle. Like we didn't know any better, to where same with Avid, same with a whole bunch of products. Like on the forums, there'd be topics where, this is how you solve Spidermites. Yeah, this stuff. This is Eagle 20. That's how you get rid of powdery mildew. And no one knew any better. So it was like good information. And then within a couple years, that became like, don't you realize that causes cancer and da 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 da. But all that is on those forums. Like you can see the timeline, because those were up for a lot of years, like 10 years at least. But in those 10 years, it was like an explosion of information and ideas. Because a lot of what we're still talking about today, it was first laid out in the forums. Methods, techniques, tricks. Yeah.
Oh, I brought down that little tent that was in my room. So I might put those plants, I might uppot them into 3 gallons, throw the HLG 100 in here, and just let them sit in here for a little bit, grow up, and then flip this room into flower, and then just rotate them in. It's probably how it's going to end up happening.
Well, now wait. How many plants can you think you could fit in the whole room at once flowering?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because that's a 10 gallon, that's a 10 gallon, that's a 10 gallon. These are all 5s.
Well, perpetual like is a good thing at that, because then you always got something, coming up soon, instead of like, I remember when way back when I had the one thing, we would actually run out of weed before the next harvest, because it was at least 60, 80 days. So whatever you had to make it last. And sometimes,
well, the other thing is,
so
like, there's three plants in here.
Where, like now we're so perpetual that there's always some.
This one's got 4 plants in here, and the regular seeds. This is a female. This is a female. That's a female. That's a female. All that's female back there. This is my stuff. That's regular. I've been looking every day trying to see which one's male, which one's female, but I haven't sexed any yet.
Are they 12 and 12 already?
No, not yet. I started to drop the lights down. They're old enough, they should start sexing.
Like, even if some plants show you in veg, you can't count on it until you turn them back. That's just my experience. That's my, like, I know some people will tell you, oh no, you can pre-flower, you can. No, I even then you might not be 100% accurate doing it that way. You have to turn them back and then they show you. That's just my experience.
Hey, I'm gonna hop off here because my lights went out. But it was nice talking to you guys.
Be safe.
Hey, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out, man.
Thanks for all the good info.
Later.
Peace. Sweet. Crikey.
See, to me, that's just like some of the thing of like, next thing you know, you put so many into flower 12 and 12, and then you have to pull out some because you'll have like empty space. You'll have empty space because you had to pull out the male. But I've never like made the decision if something is male or female outside of a week into 12 and 12. Sometimes a couple days, you get a hint or there's suggestions, but no, I couldn't make the call in veg. No. And I cracked a lot of seeds. I just stick to that way. Turn them back. I did try what somebody did online where they showed that you can take a clone. You don't even have to root it. You can just stick it in water and stick it in the 12 and 12 room, and it will keep alive long enough that in a few days it will show. And I was like, I tried it, and it did that. Because it's like water like they can stay alive in a glass of water for like a week or so, and in that time you're in a 12 and 12 room with them. They'll like continue to grow or switch. I heard that like years ago on, I don't know, Future Cannabis or some content, maybe I don't know, maybe here. And I tried it a few times and it worked.
Oh, 25. Oh, 25 still alive.
Dang it, here I am looking for some of the stories that I saved for the show, and they've apparently all been deleted. It's the most fucking frustrating thing about Reddit is so much shit gets deleted almost immediately. Oh, dang it. A couple of the stories I wanted to show you are not here. Let's see here. It was really interesting to see that Biden was promoting marijuana reform in the State of the Union address. This was 11 days ago, but I guess we could still talk about it.
Oh, the Crypt Keeper?
Yeah, but you know what? He said it very it was just like a statement in the middle. He didn't expound on it. It was just thrown in there like.
It's still a big deal, though, isn't it? I mean, seriously, State of the Union speech it's mandated by Congress. They have to say it every year.
Yeah.
Biden promotes marijuana reform in State of the Union address, a historic first. See what I'm saying?
But isn't that what he did to get when he was getting elected? He brought it up and then never brought it up again.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
I don't know why you guys are so fucking. You're like, but. Like, why is it not a big deal that the president of the fucking United States brings up goddamn weed? I mean, that's kind of incredible. I think. I mean, seriously.
It wasn't a campaign speech. It was State of the Union, which goes on to the record for all of history. And you got to remember the people, not only the politicians that are there, the whole military brass is sitting there.
Supreme Court's there. Everybody, all of them, the entire government is there. No, it's mandated in the Constitution. It's one of the few actual orders, basically, for the president that he or she has to report the State of the Union. They don't actually have to give a speech, but that's been the traditional method, basically 99% of the time. A couple people wrote a letter, but basically for the last 100 years they just basically give a speech, and of course once a year they give a freaking speech, and it literally is basically their chance to kind of give a stump speech and a whatever an expounding of their ideas and everything else. That's where we found out about the whole axis of evil and all that shit from George Bush when we were talking about the neocons, right? They unveiled their program for the world, basically.
But the thing is okay, this is a tight election. He's president. He has X amount of months where, yeah.
So, but I'm going to stop you right here. I'm just honestly going to stop you right here. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with weed people, honestly, because they always bring up this incredibly cynical thing as if they all are super experts in politics. Well, but it's a political year. Do you think a politician is ever going to do a big thing on a not political year? Like, they want you to remember what they're doing. So why is it that weed people are so cynical about this? I don't give a fuck why he's doing it. The fact that Biden is doing it is a massively motherfucking big deal.
For Obama the first time, I would have bet my whole life if Obama was president, he was going to do something big on cannabis.
No, but Obama was never going to do it. The fucking first black president is never going to legalize weed. No. He stayed 10 fucking miles away from all that shit. No, he had to be 10 times as good to be seen as half as good. It's one of those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Black people know it. I have to be honest with you. Most people, and most of these white guys on the panel here, don't fucking know what it is. You have to be twice as good, 5 times as good, 10 times as good, depending on which minority you are. If you're an Asian, you have to be 20 times as good because they already expect you to be 10 times as good. I'm not fucking around. I'm literally not fucking around. This is a real thing. And so, for example, Jews know this for real. When they come from Ukraine and wherever else, those countries were fucking racist as shit. You would not believe, like 10 times worse than you think in the terms of, they would murder people in the streets kind of racism. Even in the 70s, it was not much better, honestly. There was a huge amount of anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union. My parents told me about how they had to be 5 times as good as a Ukrainian guy. The Ukrainian guy could show up to work drunk with dirty clothes, swearing at the mouth, whatever the fuck. Could do whatever the fuck they want, and they're normal people. But the Jews, if anything is out of order, if they forgot to button their fucking shirt, whatever, they're gonna get shit canned. Something's gonna happen, basically. So there's a lot of times when you have to be 10 times, 20 times as good. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't tell this story a lot. My dad told me this story back in the day when I was a kid. He's like, my dad came over and didn't speak a lick of English. He's really dark-skinned Italian, almost looks Puerto Rican, and coming over not speaking English at all, anything. He's like, dude, they used to just like pick on me, everyone, like going to school, like trying to learn English. It was bad. He said a lot of the time they would mistake him as like,
yeah, like the movie The Gangs of New York, or Gangs of New York rather. That shit wasn't just, I mean, it is made up, it's a fictional movie, but basically that kind of mentality where the fucking 5 Points gang basically were fighting with each other basically just because of stupid shit, like which order they came off the boat. Like the other guys came 5 years earlier, so they're suddenly somehow natives as opposed to immigrants. Like they literally killed each other in the goddamn streets for that kind of stuff. And the Irish, for example, they talk about this basically in The Sopranos and The Godfather, all kinds of Italian American mob movies. The Italians basically were seen as worse than black people. Speaking of freaking black people, Italians basically were seen as essentially subhuman, essentially. Irish too. That's one of the biggest reasons why the Italians developed the mob. Let me finish my thought, bud, because when we talk over each other, it does not sound good. Plus, we lose our train of thought and everything else. So the Italians, obviously, we're not going to say they all turned to the mob or something, but that's one of the reasons why the Italians did turn to the mob and created the entire concept that was based on the Roman Empire and everything else. The Irish, basically, the police forces essentially were literally starting up in the late 19th century. They came out of slave catching, believe it or not, and then essentially cities realized that they actually needed somebody to apprehend robbers and murderers and everything. So they literally started to create these police forces. They were not popular jobs. They were not well-liked jobs because who wants to get a ticket? Who wants to get fucking arrested? On and on and on. So literally, they basically almost had to give these jobs away. And wouldn't you know it, the Irish were poor as fuck and said, I'll take that job. And literally, so Irish, you know how every police department in the fucking country celebrates St. Patty's Day like it's their national holiday? It's basically from the Irish takeover, basically, of the police. Isn't that kind of interesting? But that's from when they were treated like scum.
A thing where they had signs and old stuff from this era that like basically said Italians don't apply, or no Italians, like in New York, like when like with the period you're talking about, there's actually historic documentation of like pictures or things of different businesses, hotels, jobs, or whatever that like straight said that with I could
long hair freaky people.
Yeah, were the lowest form of anything in New York for whatever period of time.
Yep. What were you saying, J5?
I said long hair freaky people need not apply.
Seriously,
beat me to it.
Yeah. Yep.
No,
so yeah, I mean, people were hopeful about it and stuff, but like, yeah, Obama was never going to legalize weed. That's just the reality of it.
From where, like Boston, from what I remember, the cops were like Irish for sure. Like there's a certain I spent some time and over the years went back and know some people from that Boston. Yeah, there's a
what happened in Boston
for sure.
Has a lot to do with Whitey Bulger and the mob. A lot of the stuff, like Whitey was getting a lot of the big mobsters locked up and stuff. Like, so the Irish really took hold of Boston for a while. It was hard for the Italians to even do anything.
But even within the police force, there's a big Irish.
Well, they made it to the government. Like they're smart. Like a lot of them went to school. You know what I mean? Like if you ever watch Whitey Bulger's story, he knows an FBI agent, Irish. There was a congressman that was Irish.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a dirty world.
We're finding out little by little that like some of my cities and towns, like the highest paid people are some like, yeah, there's a lot of like scandal money, like
corruption.
going on here.
The government.
I think 100 years from now, when history's written about this era, that whatever, how long this era is going to be, but I think we're in this era of corruption. Oh, not that there hasn't been other eras of corruption in humanity, but this is at an all-time high. Like, it's just normal. Like people don't even realize that we just live in this total corruption all around the whole world.
Do you guys remember this character?
Yeah, the lie of your childhood.
Free sucker right there.
Mm-hmm. That's what your mama said.
Hell yes, you did. Twice today.
Damn you.
Speaking of which, Elizabeth Hurley, there was a story on Reddit. I didn't even click because I was just like, I don't want to know more about this in my life, but now I'm sharing it with you because I just want you to suffer the way I suffered. Elizabeth Hurley, who is still just absolutely a breath of fresh air for the eyes, although that's a weird metaphor. Still, you guys know what I'm trying to say. She's still delightful looking. Well, apparently she has a son who is now a film director, and he has directed her in a movie. And not only that, but he has apparently directed her in several sex scenes, plural, not just one, but plural. And she said she felt very comfortable having her son direct her in the sex scenes. And I just thought to myself, I want to know less about this. I want to know less now than I know already. But like I said, since I had to learn about that, you guys.
What is wrong with these people, dude?
I don't know. I don't know, and I don't want to know.
Oh my!
Seriously. Yeah, but you brought it up. Oh, fucking Bud was talking about glass of water. I was like, oh, shit, perfect timing. And that was like a half hour ago. Let's see here. Where was it? Oh, and we started talking about Biden promotes marijuana reform. And then you guys all poo-pooed it. I was like, what the fuck? Let me show you this. This is super baller.
I hope he does.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to show you.
It always comes up
Actually, the page.
The laws. Like I voted for Prop 15 and 64, right? I think I regret for sure 64, right? But at the time, I was fully into it. I believed it. I thought it was a good thing, right? I'm not sure anything is a good thing. Like, oh, whatever Biden's going to do, like, wait, how's that going to fuck things up more is really what I'm, like, prepared to see happen. Like,
I'm worried that they're going to reschedule. Yeah, for sure. It would be so absurd because Canada did not reschedule, but like here, this is the land of fucking fuck you with the billionaires need the money. So I'm worried that they're basically going to give it to the billionaires essentially, and then it's just going to be owned by Jeff Bezos. Seriously, you know, or fucking Elon Musk will start a weed brand or some shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, but yeah, I hope not. I honestly hope not. They'll make it like illegal to grow weed in your yard because like Rite Aid would lose money. Like that would be so mega fucked up. That would be very in character for the U.S. though. But hopefully not. Honestly, hopefully.
That's fighting words.
Why is this video not working?
Spores on it, and they'll say mold spores, and then they'll sell you this completely freaking sterile crap at the dispensaries that they'll force you to smoke.
That.
Dude, I've actually been hearing a lot lately. People are talking about
when you buy gas at a gas pump, on the side or right there is this official sticker that's like a metal sticker that's stuck on there that says the percentage of tax per gallon of federal and the percentage of tax per gallon states, right? It's a percentage. So the price, the more the price, the more the percentage, right? Or the money. So, yeah, they're about equal. They're big numbers, like on every gallon of gas. So
actually, gas isn't too bad around where I'm at. It's under.
Yeah, the tax is only what, 18 or 20 cents? It's not that much actually.
Tax on the gas, right?
And, I think we pay more taxes on weed.
No, we do actually.
I haven't heard of a state that isn't complaining about that the state taxes for cannabis are ridiculously high. Well, if the feds also join in with this, that comes with their tax, which on any product that is like this, it's about equal. Meaning, yeah, they take X amount, the state takes X amount, equal amounts, right? So oh, how are you going to add more tax to cannabis? The federal tax. Like,
And what's left for the grower?
yeah.
Pennies.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, like it happens. There's some products that the actual cost of the product, the tax is over 100%. Like we think, how could it be that way? Oh no, it can be.
So right now,
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a dollar,
all right.
looks like no.
So I can get gas for $2.84 a gallon right now, regular.
Oh, that's a whole dollar less than I paid even at Costco. I think I paid $3.85 the other day. Yeah.
Really? DJ's even cheaper a little bit.
You could look up right now and ask Google what are my taxes on gas in my state, state and federal, and you'll see exactly what I'm telling you. That yeah, every state has the state tax.
Gas tax actually isn't that high though. Yeah, it's what 60 cents maybe because it is like state and federal. I think the federal is only 18 cents and the states are all different. What is it actually?
But I mean, like the bottom line, there's a federal tax. There's a federal tax, right? And I don't know where you'd add that in. Like it's at least okay, 18%. Could you add 18 more percent to the 37% in California? Wow, now you're at 57%.
So mine's 24 cents per gallon.
I was just gonna say, so it varies state by state. So in Oregon, it's 18 cents. So federal, everybody has the federal. It's 0.184. So it's actually a little bit more than 18 cents per gallon. Excuse me. For every 10 gallons, you pay another 4 cents, right? But the Oregon tax is 40 cents. And so what is it in California? You said it's 24 cents in Massachusetts?
Yeah, it says the report showed that Massachusetts collects
54 cents in California, a tiny bit more. So you guys pay about 70 cents per gallon. And then, of course, California has its own refinery system. So you always get dinged for that too. So gas is always frightfully expensive in California, even though they make their own oil and everything. It's always kind of dumb. But anyway, that's capitalism for you, frankly.
They're going to federally go forward with cannabis without taxing it federally.
So
that's just like, no, that's how it works. Like there's state taxes and then there's federal taxes. Right now, there's federal taxes, but if they move forward,
do you pay a national fucking wine bottle tax? I don't think you do.
Wait, say that one time.
Did I cut out?
The feds will get theirs, but first their cronies and the big pharma have to get theirs.
Oh, well, I was trying to say, my fucking internet apparently is shitty. There's no national wine bottle tax, is there? As far as I know, like there's state taxes on alcohol, but I don't think there's a federal tax. So like we don't have to have a weed tax federally. Like people forget we don't actually have to. Everybody says we do, but no, we don't really have to.
There is no national booze tax, huh?
Holy fuck!
I don't think there is.
Huh.
Is there? Let's look it up.
I guess I've never really looked.
Is there a federal alcohol tax?
According to Tax Foundation, alcohol is one of the most highly taxed products in the United States.
That's funny.
Distilled spirits are subject to a federal excise tax in the U.S. as high as $13.50 per proof gallon.
Yeah,
never mind.
And per proof. So when I used to buy 200 proof ethanol from Oregon and have it shipped here, I would have to pay 2.5 times excise tax per gallon. 80, 200 proof, right? And yeah, it was like 13 whatever, but it added up. If I bought 5 gallons, yeah, I had to pay.
That's fucked up. They're going to turn the weed into a crazy expensive commodity, even though it's just going to be garbage weed. Yeah.
When you know that it doesn't matter if you're gut rock, the cheapest booze at the store, vodka will say, you're paying, what'd you say, $13 per proof.
Yeah.
So when there's a bottle, a gallon, that's only like 20 some bucks.
Yeah, the actual booze is $5, and then the rest is just excise tax
off the top, no matter what. So I remember seeing bottles where I realized, shit, the only person making money here is the tax, because there are cheap ass booze, right? And that's
wild, dude.
Barely over the excise tax. It's barely over the excise tax.
It's wild
I
to think
just
about
figured
it.
that out.
Yeah.
When you see those signs that say sold at a whatever minimum, a federal minimum, that's them selling it for what the fucking tax is.
Yeah.
That's
And look
crazy.
and look at the ABC, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
I mean,
They're always after the moonshiners because of they're not paying tax on their alcohol, so the government's losing money.
It's history repeating itself. They brought alcohol out of prohibition and created moonshine. Or moonshine was created, whatever. And now, 100 some years later,
Capone.
They did the same thing with cannabis, right? And then a lot of what you call the black market or traditional market is basically the same thing.
I support the reses and the Native Americans and what they're doing.
Why they're you know,
because like in Canada, the natives pretty much said "fuck you,"
and
they have their own dispensaries on their land and everything.
Yeah, man, and it's much better. Way like the product and the flour and everything is way better than anything you get at the freaking.
You've said that before. Why is it exactly? Is it just because they're
gray?
Well, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily have to be better. Like gray market beef is not better than like regular market beef. Honestly, I probably wouldn't buy gray market beef.
I think
but gray market cannabis a lot of times is. Why is it?
The guy that was a small farm up the road that slaughtered his own few cows, and you had access to that meat. He really did feed and take care of a certain way. That would be like equivalent, right?
I mean, that's a good example, but yeah. I wouldn't buy it at I wouldn't buy that beef at a corner store because I wouldn't be able to meet the beef because basically it's an inspection kind of thing. You know, I kind of rely on the USDA basically to go and inspect the beef, even though I realize that's kind of a hollow system these days. But if you were to go and meet, and you know, I guess I know some people that do that. I don't really. I guess we eat more meat now, but anyway, I didn't used to eat that much meat, honestly, so it didn't occur to me to buy a half a cow or some shit, right? But there's a lot of people who do that. I know a few people who basically go and literally buy a quarter cow, and I guess you go buy a half a cow. It's way cheaper, obviously, in most cases, and then obviously the quality is usually a lot better. But yeah, I wouldn't buy that half a cow at a bodega or some shit. You know what I mean? I would have to have it inspected. You know what I mean?
Like the saying goes, you can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass. So you gotta take the butcher's word for it.
If it's a decent butcher, I personally don't. Even if I did stick my head up a bull's ass, I wouldn't be able to judge very much because it's dark in there. I think it's I probably wouldn't get to.
They make cameras for that.
Changing
I need some therapy
of cannabis to Schedule 3, which basically would turn it into drug. So the FDA would then be in charge of Food and Drug Administration. As much as it's easy to hate on the FDA, it's giant bureaucracy or whatever, but actually, that's one of the most important agencies we have. That's why you can pretty much
and they still support
like buying products, whether it's
they let poison under the market
or pharmaceuticals being exactly what they're supposed to be, and the safety. Now, have they fucked up? Is there corruption? Oh fuck yeah! But if you did away with that, holy shit, we would really have problems. We all know that. So. And I guess cannabis would be a product that would need to be like FDA. They have their ways of they don't spot check, they spot check. That's how they catch things, right? They're not checking every head of lettuce or every cow, but they're pretty. Our food supply is pretty safe for the most part, right? There's been a couple. Instances over the years, hasn't been one
all
lately.
The preservatives and shit that they allow them to put in that.
Well, that's the other part is that's been a product of that. Most
they're allowing all that.
The ways that they do things got created by
not the right people.
economics, whatever. But it's the system, and you buy meat or you buy fruits, vegetables. I mean, meat is definitely an issue with when it comes to the safety. But like lettuce seems to be like over the years the biggest recalls, or like I were lettuce like that had
Yeah, you're right. Fresh vegetables and stuff. Well, because you eat them raw. When you think about it, you don't cook them. So you're not going to, if there is any contamination, it's just going to go right in your mouth and right in your gut. Whereas, for example, steak is actually somewhat hard to contaminate. Ground beef is very easy to contaminate. So that's one of the reasons from time to time you actually have problems. And they do say on the package, they always say cook it to 165 and stuff. And you really should. Whenever you get ground beef at a store, you really shouldn't cook it under well done, kind of, which is a fucking travesty for a steak, right? But ironically, with an actual steak, there's very little risk of contamination, because if the cow itself was butchered properly, none of the actual steak cuts will have ever been anywhere near the gut, basically, or any of the stuff that came out of the gut. And even if somehow they would, you'd basically cook the surface of that steak, and the meat doesn't have very much permeability for the kinds of bacteria that are a problem. So, for example, E. coli is the number one problem with beef. Salmonella is the number one problem with chicken. And both of those, they don't really permeate the meat. They just basically stick around on the surface, essentially. That's not true. I think salmonella does permeate a little bit with the chicken. But with beef, anyway, the E. coli will pretty much sit on the surface. So if you get like a hunk of meat, in theory, if you were to cut the entire outside of the meat, don't do this, please. But in theory, you could safely eat the inside. It's just, people don't really think about this kind of stuff. But anyway, where was I going to with that? I lost my original.
My tummy is the number one
What's
enemy
that?
of beef. My tummy is the number one enemy of beef.
Your pony?
My tummy.
Oh. I'm a fucking beef annihilator, bro.
Guess it's kind of like dry.
My belly.
No.
Red Setter here is talking about FDA bought and sold. Well, I mean, this is a reality. That's what I was saying with the food, the meat inspectors, actually. Well, a lot of the different inspectors have been captured essentially by the industries that they inspect. But there's also been all kinds of crazy stories where actually some of the meat inspectors and stuff, or no, what was it? The fish inspector? No, fuck, I'm forgetting right now. Anyway, where I'm getting to with this is some of the inspectors, they don't get paid very much, by the way. They get paid like 35, 40,000 bucks. It's technically a government job, but it's not paid like a government job. Some of them have been thrown off boats in Alaska and shit and literally never seen again. So basically people that were inspecting fish boats, I don't remember which fishing industry, but there's been fucking full-on murder and stuff of these people. So there's been a lot of problems with actually getting stuff inspected. There's also apparently a huge shortage of inspectors. So for example, with the what was I just thinking? I guess it is the FDA for meat. Now, who is it for meat? Okay, I'm forgetting right now. But anyway, USDA, that's what it is. USDA. There's apparently a huge shortage of USDA inspectors. Anyway. Hopefully I wasn't roboting for that fucking garbage. Now I'm so paranoid because the internet speed is super fast.
Does anybody else have Informer
stuck in their head? What's that, J5?
Informer. I have Informer from Snow stuck in my head now.
No, I can't say that I was before now.
No.
I think he's Canadian, eh?
Yeah. He has.
You play him, huh?
If I don't know how many people watch Trailer Park Boys, but
I've seen some.
Bubbles was actually in a Snow music video. I think it was that video. I'm not sure.
Listen to this horse shit, by the way. Oh, go ahead.
Decent.
Red Setter Farm. Sorry if I'm talking over. I'm a little bit high. Michigan's cottage law makes no sense. So I guess you were alluding to the cottage law, Red Setter. I don't think that's for weed. I think it's literally for small hobby farms, basically. Tell us more about it, Red Setter, if you can. He said Michigan's cottage law makes no sense. They still permit $25,000. Then you need a USDA license, I guess. Above that, even though inflation has risen 30% since we adopted the cottage law. So you're basically, your dollar goes even what's the word I'm looking for? Shorter or whatever. With that, essentially, you can't even basically run a business because $25,000 isn't a whole lot of fucking money, and that was $25,000 a few years ago, not today's money. Crazy pants. Anyway, hop on, folks. Seriously, be nice to talk to some of you. G-Bay's in the house. What's going on, buddy? Marshall's in the house. Senny's hanging.
Come kick it, G-Bay. Come kick it, Red.
What's everybody smoking?
Oh, I was going to show you.
You guys can even come up here and vape. You can get your balls hot and vape them up and stuff.
That's it. Fox, don't remind me about the vapes. I broke my Vapor Brothers when I was fixing it. I had like the wrong size balls. Well, I did not wrong size balls. Well, actually, they were slightly in the end. And your mom likes wrong size balls. But the glass balls basically I was putting in there. I literally fucking searched all over Portland for these fucking balls, and I literally got. This is the grand total of balls that I got in the entire city of Portland. Seriously, they didn't have any more in the entire city of fucking Portland. Anyway, I can order them online for a little bit easier, but they take forever to get. And that was another thing. Like everybody was out of stock. But anyway, I broke the goddamn Vapor Bros, and I haven't fixed it yet. So I have to get to
that. You like the vaping, Fumi?
I have mixed feelings about it. It's not. Where the hell did I put that? Oh, I put it on Chrome because it wasn't working on Safari. I want to like it. That's basically where I am with vaping, right? There's a few people in the chat, like Atomic and so on, that vape. Well, Atomic vapes his Volcano all the time. But I have to be honest, I have been very what's the word I'm looking for? Vape curious, I guess. I really have been wanting to vape because I love to smoke joints, but joints, like seriously, you end up coughing and stuff. Like, I can't stand it. And I have this, like, it's really annoying, honestly. I have this fucking cough when I smoke weed, which just honestly annoys me. I don't want to do that, honestly, right? Like, that's one of the reasons why I gave up smoking years ago. So I don't want to huff and puff upstairs and shit, right? Like, they say that weed is not bad for you long term, but I don't know, right? Like, inhaling smoke just doesn't seem very good for you. So I feel like vaping would be a good thing to do, but every time I've tried it, it's not as fulfilling as smoking a fucking joint. But this has the potential of being the real deal. Honestly, no, I was getting already with the like kind of a half-assed ball project that I was doing with the Vapor Brothers. It was already working really well. Like it was producing real clouds. The flavor was exceptional. But basically, I was still having to puff a few times to actually deplete the whatever you would call it, the wad or whatever of cannabis of its cannabinoids, basically. Like when you smoke a joint, no, but yeah, seriously, like we're all fucking 10 years old. But seriously, when you smoke a joint, as you're smoking it, you're literally, when you think about it, you're just let me fucking talk, right? You're literally depleting the cannabinoids from that shit, right? You're burning it to fucking ash and inhaling it, right? Quickly, right? Like as soon as you inhale it, it goes in your goddamn mouth. And that's an experience I wish to replicate because I don't like the trickling from a fucking straw that vaping usually is. Basically what it is like sucking the cannabinoids in like a little bit at a time, and it's just so time consuming. I would like to be able to just suck them down basically like I do with a joint, right? And so that basically is the really appealing thing with the and it's I guess not just the Vapor Bros now. Apparently a lot of people are doing it in their vapes if they accommodate basically like a little chamber. They put the glass in there for thermal mass, basically. That's apparently what it is well, a couple things basically. It is convoluting the air basically, but it's really that thermal mass that doesn't drop in temperature pretty much. Anyway, back to you.
Those dudes blow clouds, man. I see them blowing clouds. Him and Fluff.
For who? For what?
G-Bay and Fluff and those guys at the Caribou Show, they blow freaking clouds with those vapor
what do they
things.
Use?
I don't know nothing about it. I think he's in chat though. Somebody said.
Yeah, tell us what you're using, G-Bay. Good timing. Because that's what I want. Oh, look at that, Eagles in the chat. I want Jack Beanstalk hanging. I want like a fulfilling vape experience, right? And it's been surprisingly difficult to find. They apparently exist. I mean, every time I bring this up, people in the chat are like, "Oh, if you maybe try this one, try this one." I'm like, "Oh, fuck, another one I haven't seen." And I try to keep track of these things, but I guess I haven't been keeping nearly the right because I didn't know most of the brands that people bring up. So anyway, I gotta get my Vapor Brothers fixed. Anyway, pinky's up.
Doc. What up, John? Good to see you guys. CTC in the house. I see an eye. The all-seeing one. What up,
Howard's in the
Marshall?
house. Okay, this is not the first time I've heard this. Let's look it up. The Dynavap. And oh fuck, I'm gonna show you this goddamn video finally. I keep forgetting and forgetting and forgetting. All right, let's watch this first, and then I'll look up the Dynavap M Plus.
Didn't you have a Dynavap?
I have the little one. I even have it somewhere here on the table. I could show you. The problem is that it is too. It's like a microdose, basically. Here it is. I'll show you in a second. I'll show you. Oh, I can just show you the whole page. Here we go. Boom. So this is, I saw this the other day from, actually just a couple days ago, but it was super, super fun. Is there sound in this? I don't remember. This is, they cut off. So I think there is sound. I think they're going to actually describe it, but basically if they don't, I don't remember if I shared sound. Hold on. Did it share sound? I sure did not. So I would not have heard it. There we go. Now share sound. They basically cut off some leaves off a plant and then put them in some water with baking soda. Well, I think there is a description. Hold on. Here you go.
Did you know you can actually see photosynthesis
Can you hear
in
that?
action?
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you punch some holes in some spinach leaves and then soak those punched holes in some water that has baking soda in it, so it has CO2 in there, then when you shine some light on those leaves, the leaves will actually start producing oxygen, and it'll make the leaves float up in the water. You can even see the bubbles of oxygen coming off the leaves. Whoa, one's starting to go up already. So what's happening here is 6 molecules of water are reacting with 6 molecules of CO2 and some light, and that creates a sugar molecule and 6 molecules of oxygen. Oh, here goes another one. This is way faster than I thought. It's only been about a minute. But the question is, what happens at nighttime when the cells still need to use energy? What do they use when there's no longer light? So now I'm gonna turn off the lights and see if these fall back down. Okay, one just started to sink right now. So it's actually using the sugar molecules and the oxygen. So it used up the oxygen inside the cell, so now it's sinking back down.
Isn't that incredible? Smash, you said that's Action Lab?
Yeah, I think that's his name.
Because that was the tag on there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. Right on. Love channels like that.
Yeah, he's really smart.
Or he plays
really smart. I don't know.
He plays really smart on TV. So, there's even actually still, I mean, literally the entire weed load is that like fingernail worth of weed, basically right there, right at the tip there. Pretty much there's still some weed in there. You can't really see because it's kind of burned up basically, but you put in just a pinch of weed in there and it's not enough. Like if you were to get high, even as a maintenance or something for a heavy smoker, this is not enough. Like if I were to give this to Bud, he would be like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Oh yeah.
You know, like it just,
these clampers, these big freaking things they stick on them, and they got different kind of cap, different kinds of stuff, and different balls and grooved balls.
Mama likes different balls.
For her pleasure or something. I don't know. But yeah, they're pretty fancy, dude. They use them every show.
That's a starter pack.
It was fun giving them shit for a while there. Fluff kept screwing up and saying like he wanted balls.
Bud, your sound is very rough. Can you talk closer into the microphone or something?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, fix this up.
I used the volcano for about 8 years. Me and my wife had it on our counter for like a lot of years. We love that thing. But now to this day, why I can't stand the noise of turkey bags crinkling, right? Which
your sound is rough, Bud.
Yeah, he's roboting.
Yeah, I can barely hear you. Sorry, dude.
All right, can you hear me better?
Okay, I'm closing chat and opening. Oh, now we can hear you.
Yeah, so me and my wife used to use a volcano way back from when, like, we got it when it first came out, then got a new digital one. We always had it on our like kitchen area table, and then I started to hate the noise of the turkey bag crinkling. And even to this day, like weighing pounds with turkey bags and the noise they make, fresh ones, the noise isn't so bad. But once they're like
a little bit used or older, yeah, that noise, like the crinkling of the turkey bag, which that's like the volcano bag was a turkey bag. Maybe they updated to something that doesn't make that noise. But in the end, I stopped using it because I couldn't stand that noise of the turkey bag.
Hey, yo, be sure to check out the clip I just posted in chat.
I was just gonna say it is kind of funny to me that you can walk around with a cloud of weed. Like that is just very amusing to me. You just walk around with a cloud that you made. Oh shit. Still remind me about the vapes. I broke my dang it, Vapor Brothers when I was fixing it.
I've been dabbing out of this thing for months now. It's got a ceramic coil, and it works good. Battery lasts a while.
Right on. I haven't vaped at it. I haven't had a vape pen in a while.
Jibe is saying ball vape for the win. Uses his own glass, sets the temp, enjoy the terps, or I blow the top of my head, clear off. Love it. Haven't really combusted much since I got it.
We're talking
What is
about
a ball
vape and weed, right? Which is like totally different than like vape and
What up,
some
boofers?
kind of
Good
cartridge.
point. Yeah,
Like
because
vape and weed is just hot air, right?
yeah, exactly. In tobacco vapes, there really isn't such a thing. There are a couple people who've developed actual tobacco vaporizers, like I'm talking about leaf vaporizers, but basically they're not prevalent on the market. Essentially, the tobacco vaping market is all liquids, and then of course the salt vapes, basically what's that fucking brand?
Well,
It's
is that
everywhere. Can't
like
think of the name.
okay? So if you tried to
Nicotine
take some
salts, yeah.
tobacco, like for instance, some pipe tobacco, and do the same thing, I'm a tobacco smoker, but I never
In
thought of
theory, you could. I've done that before. I mean, I loved
in my
smoking pipe tobacco. I have pipes, and I actually love smoking actual pipe tobacco. And I've vaped it before, right? It's not quite the same experience. I don't really quite enjoy it, honestly. So I frankly just smoke them in pipes, honestly, because you really just taste it. You don't really inhale tobacco or anything. You just kind of swirl it around your mouth and puff it out, basically, kind of like a cigar. But obviously, you don't just puff weed smoke in your mouth. That's kind of beyond the point. Maybe some people do, right? If you don't want to get high or something, but why would you do that? I don't know. That would be, you'd have to get your head examined probably. But seriously, right? Like if someone told you they puff weed and don't get high, you'd be like, all right, we're going to the psychologist right now. We're dropping everything and we're taking you in right now to figure out why you do that, and probably also eat your steaks well done.
Where's the men with the white coats?
What's that?
Where's the men with the white coats?
Seriously, that's it. We're gonna put you in a padded room until you learn
really
to smoke weed properly.
I don't know. I really like glass, like bowls and stuff.
Speaking of that kind of, I don't know where you were going with that, because I'll just interject this. Speaking of kind of the experience of smoking a bowl, I don't know where it is right now, but I have that Firefly. They haven't really updated it much. The Firefly 2.5 now is the newer version of it or something. But it was basically kind of like a spoon. It was like a normal bowl, basically. It was this form factor pretty much, which was sick. But it took too long to fucking vape. You had to take the cover off and stir it, then do it again, and then puff again, and then stir it again. The flavor was exceptional, but oh my God, it would take you 10 minutes to smoke a fucking bowl. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, those dudes just hit it with that thing, and they got an ideal bubblers or bonds and shit like that, down stems. And yeah, like I said, Fluff and G-Bay, those guys blow some hits. Caribou. Like clouds, dude.
Oh,
There's a couple episodes with a dude that has owns one of the companies, and I think there might have been discount code too if you listen to it. It was only a couple episodes ago.
That ball vape is pretty cool. I was gonna get one myself. They got the cordless ones.
Who won one? Somebody won one.
Oh, okay. So I know these style.
They're pretty cool.
I can't remember who won.
420 Vape Zone. This guy is also on YouTube. I've been thinking about getting him on the show. Or maybe this is a different group. Anyway, they're also on YouTube. But there's this guy that I've been thinking about asking to come on. Anyway, so whoever this is. Oh, by Troy. I think it is the guy I'm thinking about. top 10, or what is this? Best ball vapes. That's what it is. The Terp Hammer. Somebody was talking about the Terp Hammer a while ago. It's fucking expensive. Is one reason why I didn't even think about getting it.
Sounds like a
$500.
sex move.
Yeah. Zen Leaf Fusion. God, that's got to be expensive. Holy fucking shit. Okay, so this is more what he was talking about. He uses his own glass and then uses probably something like one of these ball vapes. It's the same kind of concept actually as the Vapor Brothers, believe it or not. And so I've heard of a lot of people putting the same glass into these chambers. So on some level, you're heating up some portion of this. I don't know exactly how any of these particular ones work, but you're heating up some portion of it and then putting it together with the weed and then inhaling air over the hot metal basically to heat it, and then the basically heated air basically passes through the weed. On some level, that's how it works. Actually, the Firefly worked in a very similar way. What's that, Smash?
I really like using glass to like light a bowl. You know what I mean? Like heating up a glass quartz rod and to actually light a bowl.
Your mama likes rods.
I used to smoke hash like that with those bottomless bowl or the bottom bowls or whatever the hell they're called, hash holes. But they have the carb just on the inside of the bowl, up on the lip, and you just fill the bottom with whatever extract, and then you just hit it with the rod.
Your mom likes to be hit with the rod. What is the fucking? Here we go. The Dynavac M7.
Did you help me out? I mean, I got stamina, but shit, man. Old lady can go.
You and Liz Early. So this is apparently the M Plus. Looks the same but different. So obviously it looks like it's probably a bigger version of it. I guess I wish they had somebody's, well, a banana for scale would be useful, because this could be any fucking size on earth. I mean, put it this way, if the chamber holds at least half a gram, then that would be something I would consider, right? Because the flavor on that Dynavap is really spectacular. It's pretty handy. Not the most practical. I guess they solve the practicality with the wood case. So there you go. They have a wood case for it. Kind of like I have my
hitter box.
What is this thing called again? It is called the Honey Dabber. I guess I can stop the share here. I've got a dabber that I really like. I bought it 4 years ago or something now at the last M-Fest up in Seattle. What's that?
No, there was something. Oh, a seahorse or something? Was that a dab type?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Let me finish my thought. So this dab, was this fucking called Honey Dabber? Basically, it gets hot, but obviously, or you heat this titanium piece up and then you dab through this part. People have probably seen me dab through this. It's basically a nectar collector, right? But you don't want to put this in your pocket because you're going to burn yourself, obviously, right? So they're a clever idea. Oh my God, holy shit, there's an actual case. So you can literally put this in your pocket, right? The Dynavap, that's one reason why I don't carry this fucker around, because I don't have the wood case for it. That one obviously does, so that's pretty handy. Obviously, this is not like I'm not explaining anything new to people, but it's just really cool that this thing exists. But like I'm saying, I wonder how big the chamber is, because this one is tiny. This is probably fucking not even an eighth of a gram or something. It's not enough. It's honestly not enough. And if you're, I don't know, like, how do I put this? I think we were even talking about this. Smashed maybe said this, like, oh, if you show up wherever you are, you're going to go to a concert or something, you want to just get a little fucking bowl before the concert, and you're standing outside of the car, you'd be standing there for 10 minutes basically loading this, reloading this to freaking get high. The flavor is lovely, but it would just take too long. So
I got one. Yeah, I got a little $100. Well, it wasn't a little $100.
Back in the BHO days, I bet you I went through no less than a baker's dozen of those nectar collectors. Dude, I would buy them and break them in the car, buy them, break them here, lose a piece, have to buy it. Might as well just buy a new one because the piece costs $30 itself anyway, so you must get a new one for $50.
Yeah,
constantly breaking those things.
When the original nectar collectors came out, that's when I
they
had
didn't even have the
at high times, like every month or so, and we bought a few of those. We had a couple that were expensive because they had like hand worked, like yeah, they weren't just the scientific ones. But when you had a booth in those areas at the High Times event, the only way you could get people to come to your booth was give away free dabs, because everybody had free dabs. And the easiest way to give away free dabs, like, because we had so many different contraptions, like during those years. I bought some or somewhere just because I had booths at the event. Other companies also were there. So many different devices, but yeah, those nectar collectors.
I have a question.
This is the little dabber I use.
Extract vape.
You can extract vapor.
It's got a ceramic coil in it.
What does
fundamentally very similar to the Puffco, right? Same kind of principle.
Pretty much, it's ceramic coil with glass, and it's like a smaller like a what is it? It's 510 thread to a battery. Works pretty good.
I've got a question for everybody, and maybe I don't know if anyone's tried or not. Has anyone tried that? I don't know the name of it, but it's like electric, and you can actually stick it in your actual concentrate and take the dab off the hit off.
That's what I tried.
Honey badger.
That's a seahorse thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it.
Like a seahorse.
I know what he's talking about. Oh, what the fuck is their name?
Yeah, just press the button and it heats up the tip.
Luca. It doesn't fuck up your whole stash.
It's called Luca. Hold on.
There was another one that Frenchie used to have, and then I think the company went out of business, but I'm not sure about that. That it was literally a little bit like this, but did I fucking freeze?
No, you're good.
Didn't I? Anyway, Frenchie Cannoli used to, obviously he's passed away, but he used to bring to shows this electric dab pen, I guess you could call it. I don't know. Essentially, like the tip of it, basically, I don't know. How can I visualize this? Whatever. It was like a pen, basically, that he would hold, and the very tip would get whatever temperature. I don't know if it was completely settable, but it basically would get hot enough that you could melt hash. And so, for example, that's how he melted hash. It was super handy and it was super clean. No butane or anything else. And you literally would just hold it up to the hash, and you could hold it on a bowl and literally just inhale that. Baller. You were basically vaporizing.
So yeah, this is
even though it's been 10 years, the first time High Times had a ranking of vape pens was 2014. You could probably pull up the thing. They ranked it 25 different companies, and I was ranked, my company, number one overall.
Really?
And following year too. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, I know a lot about this, even though I got out of that business. A lot of what I remember you're talking about 510 threads and all this was when me and Zooey, my friend and partner at the time or worker, got into it and opened up Dab OTG was the name of our company, Dab on the Go, right? And we were like one of the first people at the events to have such a contraption, other than the magnesium torch and, everything else. And there were a couple, we weren't alone in what we were trying to do. There was a few people. When we first started like looking in Alibaba and trying to source this and it was off the e-cigarette, like tobacco industry, I remember like the first couple of weeks of Googling or whatever, researching, and there wasn't any information. Like even the first time I got a recipe how to make like a glycerin THC type of mix. It was through, but there wasn't like it exploded the years after. But like 2012, I think, is when we first started that up. It was like new.
What up, Smoke Sense?
What up?
Cheers, Smoke Sense.
DP,
folks, I'm gonna go watch an episode of Sopranos with my friend, and I'll be back in about an hour or so. What are we on, season 4 or something? Fuck, I've seen the Sopranos like 5 times.
Let me throw my
anyway, still, it's kind of fun to see it again. What were we saying, J5?
My native theme for tonight. I have one other thing to show.
I thought you were going to say
If I
your
find
native
it.
language is New Jersey Italian or something.
Yeah.
Was that a
how do I get-
mushroom? Oh, here's some fucking shit. So whenever someone says, "How about that shit?" Here's some shit for that. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but in the last few years, Oregon decriminalized small quantities of weed. Right. So what is that, by the way, J5? Are those chips? Are those arrowheads?
Ross.
It's
car?
We can't hear you. Can you just tell us what it is? I don't understand what that is.
Oh, you're muted, dude.
You're
Oh,
muted.
that's why we can't hear him. The whole time he's been telling us the whole
I'm yelling,
story. And he's like, why is he talking over
guys?
me?
I can only see Firestone.
I know, that's so funny.
So what are they?
A Firestone.
Oh,
This is kind of like a flinty kind of rock. Is it shiny like that?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Ultralight.
that's cool.
And then this is the striker.
Striker.
Okay, now I forget what I was just
I'm not gonna
saying.
do it,
We
but
were
I
just
could
talking
make
about.
Parts. It used to have charcoal bits and stuff in it, but I think my pops found it out at camp. He washed it all out, but he should have left it in because it was like remnants of fire or whatever. Yeah, called
That's cool.
Firestone. Yeah.
What was I just talking about? Well, whatever. Anyway, we'll talk about it shortly. Is everybody here a co-host? I will make everybody co-hosts. Folks, feel free to hop on here. Again, don't come on here to start any stupid shit or something, but feel free to hop on here and join the conversation. Everybody is a co-host. There we go. So, folks, everyone on here can let you in. So, please, if they don't see you, because a couple of these guys, actually, almost everyone here is on a phone, so it's a little bit more difficult on the computer. It's a lot more easy to. Well, I think D's on a computer, but it's a lot easier on a computer to see that someone's entering. If they don't see you, just mention in the chat, "Hey, I'm trying to get in," blah blah blah, and they'll obviously see you right there.
Here's the.
I'll be back in maybe an hour, something like that. So, a little bit.
I have this
Get whacked, yo.
terrapin. I can't even take it off, dude. So the airflow is weird on it, and somehow oil gets so gunked up after a couple hits in it. I stopped fucking with it because I didn't like cleaning it. This thing needed to be cleaned every fucking 2 days, but there's like a sleeve right here. And it comes off, and it's like all oil in there. And I literally I have to go in and like scrub it down. But that little red one, though, this one, it's a ceramic coil in there, and it pretty much there's like no leftover or anything. It gets dirty, but it comes apart completely. The top comes off, and then everything like comes apart. I don't want to. It's all sticky, but I do need a new coil for this soon.
Those things are cool. I saw the Yokan. I don't know what it was called.
I had a lot of Yokans, but I went through. I even tried the honey badger. Actually, we bought a brand new honey badger in Vegas just so we could take it down, and it sucked.
Oh, I know. Dude, that's the thing I was trying to come up with in my head. I don't know why I said seahorse, because Fumi said something close to that, didn't he? A honey well or something, Fumi said?
I think somebody did say honey badger.
But then there is a seahorse too. It's Luca.
So there is a seahorse.
There is a seahorse. Yeah, there's a roadrunner too.
All right.
Roadrunner, seahorse, all these cool different.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I do kind of remember those days. My butane addiction.
Man, this is the old BHO days.
Holy fuck!
I'm dabbing back.
Just people doing half gram dab, falling out. Hot. Get her hot.
Red hot. White hot. It was white hot. It wasn't even red hot. It was white hot.
That's what she said.
Dude, I blew a titanium nail up with a freaking a glass blowing torch.
Yeah, no, I broke a titanium nail. It started
Dude,
blowing
my buddy had one of the first, like, I forgot what they're called. It hooks up to like the titanium nail, and you can just keep it at one temperature, so you can just have. But this was early 2000s. He had that thing.
Nails, yeah, those are cool. One of those.
People just leave them running all day.
Yeah.
Actually, thank God I didn't. It was the homie. I bought the oil. He bought them.
Yeah, I forget how much we paid, but we had one that was just regular and one that I had this fancy case that was like art, I guess. And yeah, when I just moved, I got rid of a lot of stuff when I packed up, and yeah, I threw whatever those were called. They were even though they have them for glass now, but these ones were back from the era. Basically, it was just a transformer, right? But they were made for keeping like a skillet hot. Back like when I had these booths, we had those, and then that's when we switched to the nectar collectors, like which we used to call like they're every once in a while somebody would come through the line, the type that if you would heat up the nectar collector and give it to them, and there was like we were using those silicon mats, and it would be like a whole shatter, like a whole big glob or sheet of shatter, and they could just take their own dab, and there'd always be the fool that would like we would call it, they would like dive in and like just literally try to take like beyond like even what a consume, like who knows how, like we didn't drop them. Most people just took the little hit or what they could. They were
when dabbing first came out,
like if you give them like a glutton or something, and then they would start coughing and snot coming down their fucking nose because we'd warn them, and some people knew they weren't idiots, but if you just gave them the hot nectar collector with a slap, they would just go crazy.
When dabbing first started to like get big, and like I was like showing people how to dab, we were using like regular bong, and you would like give them the bong, you would heat it up, give them the bong, and you don't know how many times someone went to reach for the titanium nail to clear the bong.
Oh no!
I literally made it like part of my routine to tell people like, yo, this is not like a regular bowl. You don't grab it, don't touch it. It's super hot. I burnt myself last night actually on a fucking torch right here.
I don't even want to say the stupid shit I did, dude. I let a dude hit me with the freaking with the banger, the titanium banger on the belly in the middle of summer, dude. I had to cut all my t-shirts off because I couldn't get any material touching the spot. It was insane, dude. Stupid. Like red hot, dude. It was.
You started seeing people with like scars from burns on their arms and hands as like a badge of honor. I remember like in 2012, 13, certain like parts, that was like a sign you were like a fucking dabber, that you had burns on your arm and shit.
Oh, dude. I got my arm a couple times.
Gnarly, dude. We were gnarly. It was gnarly time in history.
The fucked up thing is, most of the time, I'm not burning myself on my my dab rig. I'm burning it on the torch, because I'll put the torch down. I'll be taking the dab, and I'll like swing around to go put the bong down, and I've like touched the tip of the torch with like my fingers or my like arm, like backside of my arm.
That's what she said.
Just the tip.
With the backside though. Like a stranger.
So we're gonna. I have 5 seeds. Just started. They are pretty close to having their first. Well, they have their
Back to 71.
Like they have their first leaves, but they're close to actually having their like real first leaves. I can't decide if I want to just throw them into 3 gallons, give them another week or two, and then flip them, or put them outside with a little LED, let them grow up a little bit, and then rotate them in.
Can you see this haze, bud?
Stop moving. Just kidding. Fucking with you. Yeah, we can see it. What kind is it?
It's Tom Hill Haze by Honey Badger Haze.
You got the Tom Hill Haze.
I'm a cold starter 7. I've always been a cold starter. You probably, if you handed me something hot, I'd wait for it to cool down. I'd put the oil in it and I'd take a cold start. That's
I'm a waster too.
Unless it's blender or terp slurper, though. Usually people have one of those Dabrites and they know what temperature to take it at. Depending on what the person do, but other than that, cold start.
Man, I don't know. I see what you're saying. Wrist temp. No, I used to use my wrist back in the day.
Dude, I was at 420 for a long time.
1 minute warning.
I'm like a 6.
Cheers, everybody.
5 to 600.
Just hit the 20.
Maybe, yeah. Like I don't know, close to 500, maybe a little more, 550. If I could.
550 to 450.
I want it to be right on that point.
Oh shit!
Jazzing your banger, but you don't.
That's up in the 6s there. That's too hot for me.
Yeah, I do it way colder where it's like melts, and then I think I have to hit it again with the 4-sec tech. Hit it with the torque for 4 seconds after. And
710's gonna appreciate.
Yeah, you get all those terps, and yeah, that's my favorite one. That hit right there. That Robert just described.
Every real dabber has one of these. Dude, don't play. Who's playing this?
Look at Bobby.
D, be careful, because he's been getting hit with copyrights.
Yeah, but I'm not playing audio.
He's missing a finger. They won't catch it.
Yeah, but I'm not playing audio.
So this is my.
Harry's got it. Purple, black shirt. I almost look purple to me. I'm kind of high though. Oh, it's dirty black.
This is where I put all my like bangers and stuff. Turf slurpers, they go in here.
You know,
this is just straight alcohol.
What go on?
I clean everything. Yeah.
Exactly, you got it.
Hey man, where's Bud? Oh, he was in the car. We lose him?
Yeah.
He's there in the dark. He's there in the background. There he is.
He's doing things in the dark, y'all. Don't ask questions.
I'm driving through Wendy's. I'm starving before I go to work.
Pick me up a Baconator, no mayo, Baconator fries with a large.
I'll take a big potato. Give me the T-Rex burger, bro. T-Rex burger.
I had
it's 20 patties.
I had a tooth pulled a few hours ago, so like this is pretty ambitious to think I'm gonna eat, but I have to.
I like some nuggies too. I always get like a 6-pack of nuggies.
Nuggies.
True.
I just usually get the bacon cheeseburger and a salad.
You see potato with cream and chives.
Oh, potato, dude.
Sounds good too.
Motherfuckers.
That's why I get their Baconator fries, which is French fries with their cheese on it, like nacho cheese.
You do what I did, you don't get a gutted.
Well, I got the Frosty.
That's a given.
At the when I pulled up, and then they have a new Frosty, orange cream. Like I guess
fuck with it.
A 50-50. Wait, make it. Oh yeah.
You can't get much better than an original Frosty though. Like
Oh,
otherwise you'd be something else.
Frosty and fries. Dang, just a Frosty and fries by itself.
Dude,
I keep
Frosty.
seeing
Oh my
clips.
god, I want one now. Dude, don't do this to me.
I keep seeing clips of a movie about
Dude,
McDonald's.
I ate my last Whopper because of you, bud. I'm getting a Whopper every once in a while. I went and got one, dude.
Supposedly, there's a movie about like the dudes that made McDonald's back in like the first like how it started, and I keep seeing clips. I don't even know. I keep seeing clips of it. It's apparently it looks kind of good, like the movie itself or show. I don't know.
But did it McDougal's?
What are you
I
talking
saw
about? Coming to
the
America?
documentary about the, I guess it's the granddaughter.
I can't remember that.
In and out. And she's the CEO now. And she's like, I don't know, probably around 50. Into like, what do you call those desert buggies? Like she's into X Games. She's gnarly. Yeah, she's
She's
like a party chick. In and out. She runs in and out.
I actually had In and Out, and it was okay. In and Out's nothing spectacular.
No, but here's the thing: what makes them different at this point is that when you order it, they stick a burger on a grill and grill it and flip it and add the cheese, right? Most other places, it's all pre-made at this point. They stick it in some fucking microwave. It's not even. I mean, McDonald's used to have a grill too.
I shouldn't say this.
At McDonald's, there was a guy back there.
There's always certain items on the menu that are cooked fresh. So at McDonald's, if you want a fresh burger, the quarter pounder with cheese has to be cooked fresh.
I saw them advertise it. That one they're back to actually cooking, but I don't think they have a grill.
And then you can ask if you go to the Burger King a lot, dude. They'll throw it on the grill right there for you. Like I don't know. I like fast food once in a while.
Burger King, like I always liked them. What was different? Theirs is char broiled, so it has like that.
And here's
I mean, I hate that. But like I can barely remember, but I was a kid when all these companies like really like first started, and yeah, some of it was like really good, but just over time and the bigger they got. I mean, even In and Out, part of that whole story is now they're starting to open up more, but they could have sold this for like billions or went national or international like all the other big companies do. And no, they realize that once they do that, they're going to lose the control of like what makes them better, you know?
There's a story about five. Okay, go ahead, D.
I was just gonna say, and here's a good trick if you want fresh French fries from any restaurant. Telling you want your no salt on your French fries, and they have to make you a fresh batch. That's what I always do now. And then I can just add my own salt.
See, I don't know.
That's a good tip because sometimes, I've been disappointed and like they charge like full price for French fries, and then you get the ones that you can tell have been sitting too long.
So the restaurant I go to, dude, there's always a way to go to McDonald's. Always cooking French fries. It's pretty crazy how fast they like go through. Like the shitty thing is, I went there the other day. It's probably about a 20-minute wait now, but everything's usually good. Like always, like fresh fries, always good burger.
We got this 24-hour
gates unlocked, which means there
wasn't Wendy's the one that was like, we're gonna do peak hours like Uber Eats.
Oh, dude, we have a 24-hour place that just opened up. No idea. Sweet.
So I think Wendy's proposed they're gonna jack their prices up during certain hours.
Oh, what?
The high demand.
They're gonna lose business because no one's gonna want to go.
McDonald's or Burger King's gonna mop up. McDonald's just released. So McDonald's is smart. They do collabs with everyone. Like Pokemon goes through McDonald's. Fucking Travis Scott went through McDonald's. Like they have like a Grimace shake meal. Like McDonald's is a marketing genius, dude. Like they really are. And they're not even really make. I bet you they make a little bit off the food, but a lot of their business is realty, like bland.
Mick D's nuts.
It's rising up the sun.
So Five Guys, I don't know. I've had pretty good experiences with Five Guys, but they're just so much money.
Culver's is where it's at. True Five Guys.
I make a pretty good burger. It's just a pain.
I guess I looked at it, I could tell.
All right, I gotta get out of here for the night. I'll just still take the trash out and stuff. Hope you guys have a good night. Be safe, everybody.
Trash, yo.
Give
them dirt now.
But the variation. No, he's means a suckification.
Think I'll be able to light the fuse?
Dun 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 dun.
Are you gonna light that with your little?
I'm gonna light it with my iron.
Your sparker and your flint rock.
Yeah, that'd be cool, wouldn't it?
You should. Fucking light the whole thing on fire.
Oh my joint!
I got it. We have fire. I like when things work.
Man, you guys make me want to smoke. Bad influences.
That's what we. That's why I come on here to. I come on here to chain smoke joints.
I can't do that.
What else do?
I don't want to change my air filter, so I can't do that. I don't have to change it too soon. I have to open my front door and my windows when I smoke a joint now.
Ow, ow, ow.
That's what I always do.
Butter chode.
Your mom's a chode?
It's a butter chode.
Again?
All right, man. Somehow, find something to smoke.
Look at Bud. He looks like the kid from Breakfast Club.
Oh shit,
dude! Hey, at this,
he got the best.
At this, that was my nickname, Breakfast Club. Everybody said I look. Breakfast. Yeah, that was my nickname on the mountain. Breakfast. You guys picture me as that fucking whatever his name is. Oh, it's not me. Something like that.
Fuck.
Who's highlighted right now?
What?
I'm high.
I can't find my picture thing, except that it's like seems like it's the highlighted one.
No, it's everybody. You gotta swipe to the left.
All right, good. I mean, I should turn off the video, but
no, show everybody.
You.
I just had chicken nuggets. So it's fine.
Chicken sandwich.
Oh,
I wanted to try it, and it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Fucking hungry now.
I'm just gonna chain smoke joint. The diet I'm on.
That's horrible sparkling water right now. I keep forgetting it's
I
sparkling.
had sweet tacos earlier. I grew up a well.
Tacos sound good.
No,
Dude.
they're fire. Just
I gotta-
cilantro on it. Simple,
Sometimes
awesome.
You gotta. We just. Need smoking on the joint. They they opened up a new restaurant down the street from me, and they have burgers and shit like that. But they also have tacos, and they're only like $3, and they're friggin' amazing. And they're open 24 hours. The funny thing is, they're run by Indian.
Thank you very much. Those kind
Yeah, not Native
I was
American.
gonna ask, this is kind of J5 likes the show, or
Yes, Johnny Pipe.
not those ones. Not those.
You said red dot, not feather.
Yeah, no feathers.
Red dot, not feather. That's what Jay-Z
Wrong one.
talked.
Yeah, you get the wrong ones up.
I love girls. Girls.
Girls,
I do what
okay,
doors.
Can't stand JD, bro. I was on Nas's side.
Red dot, not feather.
Let me talk to your Habibi Michael. Can I speak to your Habibi? That pisses them off. Right.
I gotta smoke something.
Yeah. You gotta find food. You go smoke a joint first.
I'm so hungry. I guess.
I'm starving.
Yeah,
I'm gonna roll a joint.
I had nuggets.
Nice.
Earlier, so I want more. I had tater tots earlier. That was fun. Oh, that was fun.
I thought I was your tater tot.
Oh. I had mini corn dogs and tater tots for lunch. I felt like a freaking 6-year-old, bro.
That's what she
I
said.
had no idea. If you're gonna have no idea, I felt like a kid. I was like, what the fuck is this? What I'm eating? This is bullshit.
Another one?
Okay, I gotta do something with this.
Ooh, there might be another launch.
This haze joint, fucking delicious.
Smoke it.
Yeah, that would send me right into anxiety central if I smoked some of that.
I got my leg. I don't know if you can see my camera moving, but I'm kind of rocking and shit.
Yeah.
Feeling kind of amped.
That kind of shit's too sativa for me.
I'm digging it.
Also organic.
That's a disco mix. I mean disco mix. Yeah, I like the disco mint hash. That worked second best medicine in my hash department that I have.
Oh yeah, so I found out. Did I tell you guys I was waiting for an order that wasn't gonna come for delivery? Like on Saturday? Yeah. So when I found out what happened, the lady got in an accident.
Oh, were they okay? Or were they?
Yeah. She was fine. But unfortunately she's good. She's okay.
Oh, that's just the excuse they use.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard to say, oh, like if that's what they say, your first response is, oh, is she okay?
Yeah.
Like, oh, where's my delivery?
Exactly. That's what I was saying to them. And it turned out the lady delivered next day and she only gave me a 1 free gram of hash.
You're only a free gram of hash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have got fucking pre-rolls and everything. I had to wait a day.
Did she have like a collar on because her neck was
No. No.
It was the same lady?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, wild.
Yeah. She's back to work. I guess she wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Her collar's probably not even banged up.
Yeah, it sucked. No order for me.
That's so funny. No order for me. My dog is waiting for something. Shit. Too ugly to be in bed. I don't think that's what he wants. Only 9:39.
Right. What's everybody in chat smoking on? What am I smoking on right now? Oh, mix.
Oh, shit. I just want the disco mints. That shit was good.
Nice.
Yep, I just did that.
What?
I was telling lurkers, I was giving shout outs to the lurkers. I was giving shout outs to chat.
What up, lurkers?
On mute the whole time. What up, lurkers? Smoking joints, doing stuff.
Lurkers and twerkers.
Lurking, that's what I said. Lurking and a twerking, as martial artists would say. A lurking and a twerking.
Just no jerking.
But then I said, yo, if a lurker comes on, or if anybody new comes up, I've got a femme multi-breeder, multi-cultivar, multi-seeds for new blood. That's what got me on a show, was Rotten Skateboards doing that for some old Orange Crush seeds, dude. I couldn't help it. I had to go on and show off some plants. Because I wanted those beans, dude. That's what being a bean fiend's about, dude. Like, straight up. That's what got me on a fucking one of these shows. Lobster giving away.
Oh, take a pack of seeds to keep that ass. Damn.
Took a pack of seeds and I hopped in on that fucking. I did it quick too. I didn't even I wanted those Orange Crush seeds back.
What would you do for a pack of seeds?
I swear to God, it was like every part of my body was telling me fucking run, dude, like fight or flight. What I mean, dude, like I've been avoiding shit like that for so long. Yeah, it was fucking pretty intense, dude. It was wild.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I think I showed off 8 plants. Like hands moving talking 9 million miles an hour, chest pounding through my heart pounding through my chest. Smoked the Puffco and called it that. Called it good. I think it was on like that home show or something. Before Guerrero's even, maybe. One of those early ones. A homie show or something, maybe. I don't remember. Or maybe it was Guerrero. Like on FCP 2 or whatever. Yeah, rotten skateboard.
Oh, geez. Happy Hanukkah, hardcore.
Hardcore's up in here?
Yeah, I said happy. I was just saying happy Hanukkah to hardcore. Chat.
Happy New Year.
I was just there. Nothing on me. I was patrolling. Would you block me, right? What up, Modern? I see Modern, though. I see DP still hanging tough. Getting all settled into that Cali life, sunshine and all.
Where's Modern? Modern block.
I had corn dogs.
Modern's in the
not
hot
dogs. I had corn
dogs.
dogs.
Hot dogs, Pete? I can smell them from here.
I had corn dogs and not hot dogs, which is very close.
What the fuck's that thing? Oh.
What up, CTC? What up, Tigro? Good to see you, dude. And the doctor is in the house. Everybody calm. We're good. Enough said. Doctor's here. What up,
Yeah,
Doc?
yeah.
Jasmine, still hanging out.
Seed.
Jack Beans. Smash. Are you on there, Smash?
No,
Smoke
Smash
sense.
is gone.
Smash is gone.
That's about it.
Off like a hurdle of turtles.
Hardcore. Oh, there he is. I just have to move the scroll thingy the other way.
Scroll
Holy
thingy.
crap, we got all kinds of stuff going on. It's Hanukkah, it's Christmas. We got rotten bean stocks. Hardcore freaking leave me alone, bros. Hey, five, bro. Yeah, what up, Doc?
Oh, he's eating pizza.
Don't. Ooh,
Oh.
I want some. Pass me a slice.
Yeah, no Taco Bell for me either. Taco
Slice is
Bell's
nice.
disgusting. Fuck is still going. Fucking fire in my ashtray.
Fire in the ashtray. Fire in the ashtray.
Dude, I could probably put this. I could probably put this haze roach that's just been dangling off my lip.
Just dangling.
Yeah, just that doesn't taste bad. It tastes good, actually. I think that's why I kept it there so long. Fucking sandalwood tropical fucking suntan lotion or something.
Man, can't wait for this pup to be finished growing. This thing's growing so fast.
Awesome.
I haven't tried it. I'd like to.
Yeah, I haven't smoked it either.
Just to see if I remember the high. You know what I mean? If I remember if it sparks anything, you know. I think I've had it, but I don't know if I have.
The Vortex too going in the room right now. The Project V from Spartan.
Oh yeah. See, that's another one I'd like to try. I haven't tried in years either. Because I remember that just being like the highest I ever like got. Like could keep getting high. Like people talk about puking and shit like that. I never I got like skinny and shit.
Every time I've ever heard no ceiling with I'm excited. They're fast growing, really big, vigorous plants, dude. And they're just in veg with these little pots. Things are going crazy. It's like the plant. They're just as big. They're like high.
And where did those ones come from?
Which ones?
Spartan?
The bug?
No, the Vortex.
Project V from Spartan.
Yeah. So they are from Spartan. So what are those essentially like F2s that you have, or
the F2s? Yeah.
F2s.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could see some variation in there and find something really close to Vortex if you wanted. Or what made Vortex? Space Dude and Jack. I don't know. Something like that. I just remember high, like fuck, I'm like uncomfortably high. Nothing happened. Only a handful of times, you know, coming up.
I got the Red Hood from what's the guy's name?
Who?
You gotta get the package too so I can read it. Breeder X, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Breeder X.
Yeah, got the Red Hood and a couple other things. Japples and
what's his? I feel like I've heard like
illumination.
Okay.
Fire, bro.
I see.
Even the Jokers. So it's the Jokers and everything else.
Oh, right on. That's a good strong building or starting spot, I guess you'd say. I hear good things about that plant. I don't have much. I'm not very familiar.
The first two ones I wanted to get were sold out. I forgot which ones they were, but it was like the first couple of days I saw them when they first popped out. been a while.
I'm getting nervous about those exotic packs I have.
Which ones?
The old ones, the extreme cream, the lime skunk, and the pink.
Yeah. Well, man, throw me those cream, and you don't have to be worried about them. throw me the extreme cream, and you don't even worry about them.
They're not going to like. They ain't flying no further. They ain't changing
flying no more. They ain't radiation again. No more microwave.
Nothing. Baby,
when I see them out. That's why I like that.
I'm gonna suckle to life. Baby bird them, whatever I gotta do, dude. I'll get them.
Maybe that's how they got the freak show. They just kept shipping it to everybody, and then they just got the most radiated seed, and it was just like freak show. It's all crazy.
Was it that freak show and shit or whatever? Yeah.
I heard it was from Costa.
And what was it? What was it he crossed it with? Old boy. Flow. He crossed it with Flow. There was a bunch of freak show Flow crosses all over Australia and shit.
I'll fuck with Flow White. Anybody got the Flow White out there that fucks with that? That's fire.
Oh, dude, Agnes has the Flow, dude. It's funny. I'm such a stoner, dude.
But I want the Flow White. That Flow White though.
What does Angus have? He has Flow by something. AK or Flow by White something Widow maybe Rhino.
Not White Rhino. Oh God.
I love White Rhino, dude. I thought White Rhino fucking stomped White Widow, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it was better than
Rhino.
I don't like the taste. I
mean, the high was something else, dude.
And
it was just like beautiful. That white bud, nice looking bud. Back then, when you didn't get like that, you know what I mean?
I want the J1, man.
Are you talking about greenhouse seeds?
White Widow? Well, it was originally fucking Black. It was Black Widow and yada yada and whatever.
No, the other one.
What? White Widow or White Rhino?
White Rhino.
That was just one of those. I thought it was one side or the other that did it. I guess I don't know who did the original. I should probably look it up.
Yeah.
There was Greenhouse, yeah.
Yeah, I grew a bunch of
there's like controversy with them and Swami or whatever the fuck or something.
Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know what the dip, but all I know is I've seen greenhouse seeds grow it. But yeah, I grew a whole bunch of their shit at once.
I remember Sensi back in the day was like fire. I thought so. They're like, I don't know, they're like ad probably impressed me the most. Like we wasted money.
I should look hardcore. I might have that Flow TKO myself.
See, they're hardcore knows what I'm talking about. But he has a couple other crosses too around. J Patrick, yeah. Because we were talking about like, that sounds dope. And then we like get to talking back and forth, and then it comes to find out it was Agnes's shit. I'm like, oh, I feel like a jackass.
AK-47.
Agnes has offered me those. I'm just such a stoner that I forget. But then I see that cross, and it's kind of funny how like two stoners like minds think like I like saw Agnes burger like, do you want that?
I got some. He sent me some Mean Jeans stuff. Platinum Z cross with Cherry West.
Yeah, it'll be good for outdoor up there, dude. If Agnes gave it to you.
Yeah.
Cherry West is really is one of those resilient plants, you know. That hurt bugs like to fuck with it really too much.
I got some green Bodie.
Hardcore.
And Romulan Hazy.
Why the hell is it not mine?
Let's get hardcore, bro.
Oh, speaking of hardcore, I got some blueberry muffin that made me think of him because that's all he was ever smoking every time he comes on. Used to.
Yeah.
I got some
You got
of
crosses
that
this
times. The clone. I think it's called the clone. I don't know why. I gotta check now. I'm gonna pop those outside. I need some blueberry flavor.
Dude, you gotta try to get.
Agnes has that muffin that comes in at like 7 days or some shit like that.
Yeah, you gotta try to get some of that blueberry muffins from Agnes then. That shit's fire.
Let me see where my cross is.
He gave me a bunch of his shit when I saw him. And it's freaking awesome. Shout out to Mr. Beckett, by the way.
Yeah, I don't see him much anymore. Bump into him every once in a blue moon in a chat. You know, exchange, say what up. That's about it. Yeah. I think he's on Instagram some, but I'm never on there either.
You can find me on Instagram at _zombie_.
Oh, has Hillbilly been in chat? No, I don't think so.
He was earlier.
He was?
I believe so. Like very early in the show.
I found a way to get him his beans.
Let me see. Let me try something. Maybe
we're gonna smuggle him up a bunghole.
No, he's not here now.
For me, Cornholio. No, but the boofers are going up there for that meetup up to G-Base. So we have people crossing the border, not too far, for a hillbilly to wander.
No.
Not be lost.
No. I hear banjos.
I hear the dead.
I love the dead.
Hey, do you know what to do, Tito? Do you know what to do if you see bears in the woods? You gotta play dead.
You got a pretty mouth, boy.
You play dead. Bears gone fishing. What's that? Oh, I think that's a Railroad Earth song.
Made your mama squeal like a pig. Wait, that's not how it goes.
That's Pulp Fiction. Bring out the gear.
I wonder where Captain is tonight.
Doing captain stuff.
Isn't he in another country? Like he had to do the Cambodia trip?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Mike and taking names, dude.
We speak your name, Captain.
Blueberry muffin type ice clone. Blueberry muffin type ice clone.
So my car, it's over 10 years old. In the last 6 months, like once or twice, I put things in the trunk, and then
the dead body.
Yeah, there's no key to open my trunk. It's either the switch or the button inside. And you can hear this like click, but it doesn't open the trunk. It only happens. And then
I still wish you would have felt that hardcore.
The next day or the next time I drove around, all of a sudden it worked the next day and worked for a long period. Today, I had to go pick up a case of Hugos. That's like 160, I don't know, 168 cubes. The case doesn't fit in my car, so I had to put them in bags. Luckily, I could have fit more in my trunk, but I only put one bag in my trunk and 2 bags in the back seat. Yeah, of course. I get here to bring the cubes, and my trunk won't open. And yeah, you think like, I remember the first time it happened, I'm like, wait, there's got to be a key, even though you didn't need no, there's no key. It's completely mechanical or what. I mean, it's not mechanical. It's like Yeah, there's no override. I got to get it fixed because you can't have an intermittent trunk. Like if it was groceries and it was ice cream, oh, that's it. It's melted. I'm fucked. Or milk. Or it's time to sell that car, get a new one. Because once things like that start happening, yeah, 10 years is a pretty long time, I guess. Yeah, I rolled 2 joints when I left. They're both the same size. I could have maybe dry hit them and figured out which was which. Because I really wanted to smoke this one. And I took one drag and knew right away, yeah, it's the right one. I'm smoking the Bubba.
Oh, nice.
I'll get super baked from it.
Nice.
I mean, Death Bubba, isn't that just like a renamed Bubba, or is that something different? Because D is always saying he's got Death Bubba. I guess that's a strain up in Canada.
Yeah, no, I've heard of
That
it.
was awesome.
Is it like just a regular Bubba, or what? I mean, Death Bubba just sounds like Bubba, but
It's named after Death Star.
it's Death Star crossed into Bubba?
No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
That would be.
I don't know. I can look it up.
It says it's
that
also
was
called D
one of
Bubba.
the answers to the A, B, or C question. I would Death Bubba. So I don't know of another strain that starts with death.
First thing that came to my mind.
Sea to Sky Cannabis in Vancouver, BC. Let's see what else. I can't find anything else.
Thank you.
Death Bubba.
Mr. Fingers.
$100 ounce. Death Bubba, Sea to Sky.
That's a great strain.
Death Star and Kush. Death Star and Bubba Kush.
Well, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Now, yeah,
Right.
I guess, right?
Try that out.
Yeah, that's what Seed Finder
says. That's one of these weeds he's had off and on for a long time.
Won that one. You see that hardcore?
Canadian, it seems pretty popular in Canada, but I've never heard of that around here.
Yeah. Hey. Welcome to practice, you guys. You motherfucker, get out of here. Hmm.
right, time to do some work. Shit. Lights came on. I was here a little early. Shit.
Yo, this green one's no joke right here. Woo! She's got some bite, boy. Right there, that green stuff. Is Hardcore here? Did he get let in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I let him in.
Thought I let him in. No, we all let him in.
I heard a ding.
Yeah, I tried to push it and somebody pushed it before me. Oops, I didn't hit myself.
Yeah, got your ton, boy. Are people talking and I'm not hearing anything?
Yeah, no, we're just talking up a storm
Silent?
out here. But no, we're just silent as F. I don't know what's going on. I was thinking eating a Rice Krispie treat, and then
Hardcore trying to be.
yeah.
No, like for real, for real.
What's everybody smoking on out there?
I'm smoking on these chips.
And chips are those? Got salsa?
Yeah. I got green bread. The green's got some zap, boy.
That's the green stuff you're talking about. See, I didn't know what you're talking about. No.
You got bite.
I got something in my eye. This sucks.
What's he got there?
What?
He was showing some snacks or something.
I just had a Rice Krispie treat. And I'm drinking a protein shake. Get shredded. No Rice Krispie treats just to make me full. I could eat forever. I'm gonna smoke some J1. No, something else. Go to bed. Not to wake up.
I miss Cake in a Cup, drunk, talking to himself in chat, nobody else.
Whatever happened to Cake?
You still see him every now and again?
I don't.
I do.
Mine? No, I don't see nobody in Cake.
I see him on Booth. I see him on Booth Show. I see him on FCP stuff. But yeah, I don't see him like when he was come on here and just be hammered and talking all that shit in the chat, dude. Just rambling. Oh, I love that shit, dude. So funny. Ned would get a word in, or somebody would get a word in every once in a while.
I have to walk away. My dog was licking the carpet, choking on hair. I don't know what he's doing. He's better now. Boy. Someone's
Stony hanging. I remember Stony hanging one night when Cake was going off. I think that shit's hilarious.
this hash making me not talkative. I'm like, really? Shit smells some jack. Make myself. Excuse me. Put the Dallas and good stuff. So, wow. All right, guys, what are you guys smoking in the chat? Let me know. Let us know. Is it past dinner time? Yeah. All right, that's fine. So I got some bad pre-rolls for the first time, and they were from NorCal. They're from Northern California.
Obligated to fill this whole.
All the good ones I've ever got were made
I don't
here.
want to do it.
And then the ones that were bad
It's like I'm losing or something.
First time. Goofy pre-rolls.
Yeah, whenever I get pre-rolls, I usually have to re-roll them, rip them apart, roll them.
My mom said to do that shit. She's like, you should re-roll that one. That sucks. And I was like, it just sucks because of boof. And she's like, is this the boofy one again? Like after I re-did it the second time, so I was like, yeah. So I could tell. It scratched my throat. Like, at least I didn't grow that. Well, at least it's not my growing. So yeah. Roll a different one. Just roll a different one. Like, I will. I already started. Don't show. Yeah, I got a smoke. I'm gonna get into the hash. Pull them out. Go with the cherry lotus or the
Getting melty with it.
jealousy runts, I think.
Robot getting melty with it.
Jealousy runts. Let's go with it.
I like melty things.
Got other stuff over here to get into first.
Melt makes the world go round.
Oh, here we go.
And round. And round. And round.
Green Lantern. I'll swap that.
Yeah.
Clean my hash pipe out a little bit.
Nice.
Nothing came out. It's fully.
Right.
Probably still get a couple hits out of here. Yeah, that was a good one. That's the disco vent still. Damn, my pipe's still filled. Here we go.
All right, a couple more and I'm good.
Oops.
This shit's addicting.
Green Lantern.
Ew.
Going in. Oops.
That looks nice. That was Green Lantern.
Green Lantern hash.
The cultivar.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if there might have been a company named that or some shit.
No.
Yeah,
no.
that's a dope one.
Yeah.
A lot of history there.
I had the Green Lantern a few times. It's one of my favorite. Smoked it for a few years. Crazy.
Great to breed with too. A lot of good stuff came out of that.
See, I think I like some hype stuff sometimes.
Yeah, I don't mind it. That's what people want. Gotta give them what they need. Sometimes I would like to see my dog. And you got dogs that eat.
Can't wait to hash it next time. Hash the hell out of it. The extreme cream Mendo Breath Banana guy should be fire too.
People are still on that candy where I'm at, dude. Big time. Big time. That's all right. I managed to mix in a good couple dozen for the head too. So.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna be popping old packs. I got shit that's getting to be go time. I have a feeling.
From Bog next.
I think every year I'm putting off. I'm losing percentage points of fertility.
Got the lifesaver, sour lifesaver.
I just don't want it. I got lifesavers. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get to that one. But that one's still in. That one's like stored, hasn't been fucked with. Where these extreme cream and the pink and that lime skunk has gone in and now came out. So I'm gonna pop those ones first, rather than put them back into like a fridge or some shit like hot cold. Rock. Going. Go. Yeah, 6 in the morning. Yes, sir.
Right behind the eyes on that one.
Yeah, I just hope I don't get like one of this and one of that. You know what I mean? I hate having like one male, one female, or one of each. Like I want I want to see. See what's there, what there's to be seen. Midwest is gonna be popping those Agent Orange, or Clockwork Orange. I mean, that I have right now. There's 4 of those. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I'm hopeful on them all. I'm like positive thoughts, right? Manifest that shit, son. Manifest germination.
Manifest germination.
Like something like that.
I'll never let my seeds get that old anymore, or like I have to worry about it. I always pop at least half a pack, and then whatever I put away, if they get any older, at least I ran half of them.
Yeah. Well.
Well, at least I ran half of those fuckers already.
Dude, I'm such a fucking weirdo. Like I don't pop my good shit, dude. I don't touch any of it.
Yeah, leave them all now.
I pop all that newer shit, all the fucking Soulfire and yada yada.
See, I don't touch none of the new shit. I just pop all.
That's just not like that's just not precious to me, dude.
You got a pack of Soulfire. I gotta get to. That's bad and bougie.
Like I got fucked up from losing like my dude. I lost like, oh, I'm not even gonna talk about it. So I'll just get sad.
Ripped from freaking Bloom. A full pack of Jazz Queen from Heroes of the Farm. Full pack of Seattle Chronic Seeds. Full pack of Irish Genetics. Big Mountain Fudge Cake.
These are things you have to pop.
You got a full pack of, what is this one? Mendelbrot's Magnum Opus by Katsu. And then
Katsu?
Yeah, Katsu's.
By the Baba? Or just his remake of it?
No, it's his remake of Mandelbrot. No, it's just Mandelbrot. It's not his remake, it's just his F11. It came from the F10.
Generation.
Mandelbrot came from F10, and then he just made F11s from it.
Yeah. Everybody's worked it forward now from fuck. It's not even nothing compared. It's nothing what Mandelbrot had. From what I hear. I wouldn't know though. I wasn't out there.
No, I never had it, so I wouldn't know. But it's the same thing that
But
what aficionado did.
It takes a lot.
Aficionado did, but it's just fucking somebody else's work, you know.
Yeah, but even like once his brother started working it forward, it became someone else's work, pretty much, you know.
Yeah.
Because nobody could follow the same direction as he was taking it.
Just like Dr. Blaze has Neville's haze out right now. However that happens.
Right.
Because you could just get 2 of the strains that are called what they. Oh, that's what cross to make that. Okay, I'm gonna make that cross myself, and they call it the same damn thing. So there's that always happening every day in breeding.
I tried to run Neville's in a greenhouse in the Midwest. That was interesting. And I swear it was crossed with something from Casey Brains, like his mango or something like that. One of his haze. But my neighbor who gave it to me swears it wasn't.
A bunch of them.
He says it's straight Neville's. I've got pictures of it. I should throw them up. They're like my oldest pot pictures, I think, dude. That's after I moved back from out west. The first time I took pictures with something other than a Polaroid. Up until that point, it had been Polaroid only, and most of them are faded and crap now. But you take pictures of your girlfriend's titties and pot plants with Polaroids.
Oh man, Polaroids are wild, bro.
Yeah.
People get
Dude, I found
marker and get covering their face.
Fucking hippie girlfriend.
Still see it
With her
under the marker.
tramp stamp tattoo of something.
Oh yeah, got me one.
So funny.
Try to read my tramp stamp.
Here's a pot plant all faded out. Yeah, they're all just trash. Pretty much. But I can remember, I think I still got them somewhere probably. I remember turning in a roll of film with her one time when we were in high school and we didn't get it back. They didn't say nothing. They just kept the shit. So like the creepy fucking dude at the fucking place kept our fucking our little titty shots or whatever the fuck we were doing back when we were 16 or whatever, being dumb kids. Taking it to the fucking thing just like gambling because like somebody had said it worked, but nope. Didn't get return film, didn't get nothing.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Kind of. It's also creepy. But I don't think that
I still didn't open this Seattle Chronic Seeds. Did I ever see that one? Purple
that's the
sugar apple.
velvet in there?
Purple sugar apple.
What's that?
What's that? You don't know? Shit. That's the Ortega times the Sprite. Yeah.
Oh, that's dope. That Ortega, I've always been curious about that.
Pez. Ortega times purple Pez, my bad.
Purple panties?
What?
Did you say purple panties?
No. Purple Pez.
Oh, Pez.
Purple Pez.
All right. What was the first part? Ortega? I've always been curious about Ortega. I've always wanted to check that out.
So did I. That's why I got the cross. I couldn't find the Ortega.
That's cool.
You got a cross or what?
It's the F1s or what?
I don't even know what these are. They don't say no more information, but sugar apple. I gotta look it up.
I think I label it like that. What's it called?
On sale. So like, if it says like,
they're good seeds. I used to have a chronic a lot. That Melvin's probably my favorite fucking Z. Well, yeah, probably. It's probably the best fucking Z fucking cross I've tried.
Which ones?
Melvin's.
Oh, the Melvin's from Seattle Chronic Seeds.
Yeah. Check it out. Can't remember what the cross is. Z and.
Heck yeah, man. That's the way to do it. Find it, cross and run with it. I got the California Nightmare from Katsu. That's the blue dream times green crack times hotcakes. I think that's the order.
I've had pretty good luck with those.
I got one that smelled like freaking a dry erase marker. It smells so markery.
Yeah, I can't complain about the cat suit stuff I've ran. It's all been pretty much what it says, you know. You know, like when you see a Bubba, you know what Bubba looks like, and you see, you know, whatever else, that platinum. I did that. You put the platinum onto a GMO. It shortened it up. It was pretty nice plant. Yeah. He called it Kush.
Gotta get these gushments finished.
Gush, dude, I'm fucking became a fan of that Gushers this year. Fucking Adam from the ranch put that Gushers with bog sour strawberry, and it was one of my favorite plants by far.
Yeah.
Fucking sour, dude. It was sour. And like candy. Like what? Yeah, I want more of it. It's gone, of course.
Need another cut of apples and bananas.
Dude, that's another one that's loud as fuck that I have across of that by that. They hit that 09 animal cookies with it. And the one fucking is definitely a fucking apples and banana leaner because I ain't never smelled nothing like it really, dude. It's funk. It's fucking sweet. It's fucking fruity. It's fucking it's not no apples and bananas, but it's something fucking
shit apples, Randy.
And entice it's alluring. There's something there's an allure to it that's not familiar to me very much. I don't know what that's from. That's just like a fucking I can't remember now. TK involved somewhere? No. Oh my. All right. Boy, you come down from the haze, it's like crash time. What can I eat next?
Excuse me. That's a 41
What time is it? Oh shit. Is it 20?
10:20.
What is it's 10:20?
10:26 I lied.
Oh, so we missed the 20?
Yeah. No, it's still 20. It's still 26. It doesn't have to be exactly 20, bro.
I'm kind of an exacto mundo kind of dude.
Today.
What's up, bud?
And
we're celebrating 426, but you want to join?
That's funny. Holy shit.
Chat, feel free to join in 426. What?
Chat, what are you guys smoking on? You never told us.
What you smoking on, dude?
Chat,
And do that.
Yeah.
Says.
All right. My eyes are getting tired. I gotta some more.
Well, I saw Kate earlier today. I called him a cunt, and then he never talked to me again.
Sunglasses.
What got left?
Hell.
I can't remember now. Oh, it was during that caribou shit, I think. Maybe. And I did leave. I was busy. Busy bee. I don't know what this is, but it smells good.
Oh man. Instantly.
Uh-oh.
That hit got me. Shit. Fucking one and done.
I kind of want to smoke some hash. I don't have hash accessories or toys or tools.
Found some.
Bunch of concentrates right here. 2 boxes full.
That's the awesome green fingers. Here's my hash. That's all I have right now.
What's that?
I found this little ball earlier.
Ball?
A little tiny
It's like a
ball of
seed.
rock.
I thought that was a
Hello,
seed.
minion.
Man.
Yeah, really, it does.
They got all this concentrates.
That's awesome.
This one's almost gone. Like 2 or 3 dabs left. The rest have like more than half because I don't really smoke them much. I put a little bit of a joint every now and then.
True.
The other hashes are all empty. So that's diamonds and everything. So there's crumble in there, diamonds, just a little bit of everything.
Nice. All right, everybody, I have to go now. I'm out of here. Don't forget, everybody, tune in tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the safety meeting. Don't forget to help control the pet population. Have your pet spayed or neutered. I don't know. Cheers,
And if you
everybody.
ain't high sticking, you ain't trying.
Peace out.
Make sure I'm not the host before I leave. Close the
Oh,
show.
that was funny. That was funny.
I know, I totally forgot. I'm like, wait. And I was watching the playback, was still on my screen all of a sudden it ended. I'm like, oh no.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So we're gonna do that again. No, Creamy's the host. All right, guys, later.
Later, D.
So. Jack Beamstop. Jack, you got the Dining Burger 10 Vortex. Was it good? I got the seeds right here. I'll pop them if they're good. I ain't gotta touch them. I need to know. Let me know, Jack. I was gonna do the orange haze, or whatever it was. Orange cream. I don't know what it was. Yeah, man. Cheers, Stoney. Cheers, Marshall. Cheers, Jack. Cheers, Ty. Cheers, everybody.
The twerking lurking.
Oh, there's
Twerking
40
in the
people
lurking.
watching? Shit. Man, gotta get some more energy up. I'll fucking pretend that I got this energy. Yeah. You guys still didn't let us know what you're smoking. Only 2 of you.
Seriously. You guys puffing on?
Oh, cheers, Shane.
I just go back. Let's have some ice cream.
What up, baby?
Good on, J5.
Just
You guys want to keep
everything
chatting?
pretty normal.
What's your vibe? You want to keep chatting, or you want to cut it short? What do you want to do?
Who's here? Just me and Green Fingers?
I think
Oh,
Bud's in the
Bud's here?
background there somewhere.
I'm here.
Where are you, bud?
Up to them, those guys. Up to you guys.
I haven't seen you here. Yeah, we can keep going.
I think it's like 12:30 here.
12:30.
Well, up on, folks. Looks like these
Or
guys kind of
11:30.
sort of want to keep chatting, so we'll see how it goes. We can go a little bit longer. Folks, of course, we're going to be here tomorrow, about 14 hours, 13 and a half hours or something, for high noon safety meeting. Come join us then. We'll be probably on the smaller channel, probably on Humidoro. So join us there. Basically, don't even want to talk about it. It's so ridiculous. Bam. Pretty much haven't had any problems. Oh, am I freezing again? Wait a second. There we go. Now it's unfrozen. Show's been okay. We haven't been banned for a while, so knock on wood, we'll just keep it going. I'm not gonna tell you what happened in the background to make that happen because I don't want to jinx it. But anyway, knock on wood, it'll keep being this way. It was so annoying to be taken down all the time. It was just absolutely ridiculous, but whatever. It's almost Yeah, I'm not used to the channel being back almost, you know. It's like, what the fuck? I'm just waiting for it to be freaking banned here or there. I'm like, what the fuck do I have 4 channels for now? Anyway,
This feels funny.
Whatever. What's that?
This feels funny. Like
It really does. It's so fucking weird. Yeah, no, I don't even know. Whatever.
That sucks.
But we'll see. Yeah, it's just a ridiculous situation, frankly. But I don't want to get into details because I don't want to embolden the fuck faces that did it. But anyway, on the bright side, we have a freaking Bible channel now. But folks, hop on, join the apparently viable channel, and come join the conversation. Tell us what you're growing, what you're puffing. It's kind of late in the evening for most of us because it's mostly an American audience. Even the podcast is like 87% North America. But you know, we have some foreign viewers and stuff. So tell us about your wake and bake too, if you guys are doing that. But if you guys are having a nightcap basically before going to bed, if you're checking on the garden before going to sleep or whatever else, let us know, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, some of us don't really sleep that much, but has probably got several hours of work to do before him. Oh my gosh, look at the size of that charcoal filter. That was crazy. It's kind of funny. I always like what do I have? One of the 8-inch ones. I can't remember how many CFM it's rated for, but it's like a pretty big charcoal filter. And then you see one of the really big ones and you're like, what the fuck? It's good. And it's hilarious too, because like for example, like basically the AC Infinity 8-inch charcoal filter, it lasts like a year or something. Like it can treat a huge area. So it just cracks me up when you see those gigantic filters, how big of an area that must be filtering. But anyway, or how much ganja. Cheers, Stelly. Good to see you.
Yeah, I just had fun. I'm high as hell.
Yeah. Right on.
Oh, so you have like 4 channels, right, Fumi? You have your one for your for the Dank Collective for your tasting group. Correct?
Yeah, I haven't started posting any videos or anything, but I'm hoping to bring that tasting group back. Yeah. And I'm hoping that's going to be the name, because Portland Cannabis Tasting Society was fine and everything, but Portland has changed a lot. And, you know, literally 4 or 5 years ago, Portland had a great reputation for, you know, the foodie culture and everything else. And all that foodie culture is still here. But then COVID happened and just a bunch of crap besides. And Portland's downtown has really struggled. We have all this, the drug addiction, the fentanyl use and everything else. So Portland doesn't quite have the same reputation, honestly, that it did, you know, a few years ago. Not to mention Portland Cannabis Tasting Society. I kept, people kept asking me like, "Oh, do I have to live in Portland to be part of it?" It's like, no, that's not the point. So I figured it might just be easier to change the name, honestly, than you know, get people to feel like they have to live in Portland or some shit. So anyway, no, because
pot.
Pardon?
I like pot. I guess I'm moving to Portland, guys.
That's it. That's exactly it. I mean, Portland's a nice place. Don't get me wrong. It is really expensive, very much like the whole West Coast. It's just crazy expensive. I mean, it's not like real estate is not expensive nationwide, but it is more expensive on average on the West Coast. It's really Looney Tunes. Average house is like $800,000 up and down the coast, basically. It's really crazy. It used to be only the really expensive markets or some of the Southern California markets were that expensive, but no, man, it's crazy. Basically, like average house in Portland now is like $750,000, $800,000. Average house in Seattle, I think, is a little more than that. San Francisco, I think the average house is literally $2 or $3 million. On and on and on. It's fucking Looney Tunes on the West Coast. But
yeah,
people want to live there. That's basically what it is, you know. And unfortunately, it's not just that people want to live there. It's also the corporations really juicing the entire market. But basically, the point is that people want to live on the West Coast because of the weather and everything else. Yeah.
What was I going to say?
Yeah, it's good to finally be back. What's that, J5?
But like if everything is going cool and all the trolling and whatever the fuck stops or whatever, well, then you have like 3 channels. I was thinking, dude, you could be like
it's a little bit ridiculous, honestly. Yeah, I don't mean
like,
to have that many freaking channels.
A 1, 2, and a 3. You know what I mean?
I mean,
have
the
like
fact of the matter
after bar type shit part. You know, like people go have one channel be more serious with interviews and more this and that and more serious panels.
Yeah, maybe.
Have another one that kind of go fucking have a joint and fucking eat a couple potato chips and
Truth is, though,
Not
that
you know
these
what I'm
YouTube
saying?
channels, great ideas, J5, and I'm not discounting them, but the truth is that it's really challenging, at least for me, but I think also for just in general, weed channels to grow like this, these kind of discussion channels. Even some of the bigger channels that already are much, much bigger, they really grow very slowly because YouTube just, I don't know, for some reason, just basically doesn't allow them to grow, basically. But man, I've said basically a lot today. Anyway,
I have to think that's going to
regardless,
change at some point.
it would be nice. Oh, fuck, you'd think it would change, but there's no real
Wow.
reason to think so. Google has been super badly managed in the last few years to the point that they were the AI leader and they are behind literally everybody's uncle pretty much at this point in AI. So there's no reason to think that they're going to be better in anything else, really. And when you talk to people that basically work for Google and stuff, sure enough, behind the scenes, it's actually even worse. So I don't have any hope that YouTube or
Yeah.
Google or any of that stuff is actually going to improve, to be perfect. And I'm dead serious. I don't think it's going to really improve because I think that there's basically the management at YouTube is apparently asleep at the switch. It's not a big priority, even though it makes a ton of money. It's not a big priority for Google because they get money by the fucking truckload. So they focus on all kinds of other stuff, right? It's really bizarre the perverse incentives that these companies have. A lot of these companies are actually making more money now from laying people off than they are from anything else. And that's an incredibly short-sighted thing. It basically only helps with this year's balance sheets. But guess what helps this year's fucking executives get a gigantic bonus? This fucking year's
Yep.
balance sheets. No, it doesn't matter about next year. They'll deal with next year. You know what I mean? Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. It's a nice idea to basically have like an interview channel and then basically a chill out channel. Like, great idea, honestly. But I don't know how viable these channels are at all. Like I very much
That's
struggle
what I'm
with the
saying. Like in a
idea whether or
perfect
not
world.
this is worth it my time. Like I'm
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be some fucking dickhead where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna pull the plug. It's just like a lot of times it's just not worth my time on this channel. Just literally, honestly speaking, sometimes we have a nice discussion that I enjoy, but when I'm not actively enjoying the channel, I started to wonder to myself, the fuck am I doing this for? Like, what am I, a charity? I'm not a charity. You know what I mean? Like, that's the answer to the question. I'm not a charity. When I ask myself, right? And how do I put this? Like, I'm not here to fucking provide amusement for the world or some shit. You know what I mean? So I start to wonder, like, why am I actually doing this channel? For example, the interviews. I don't think one single time the interviews have actually done better than the regular Hangout shows. Maybe one time, maybe when Breeder Steve was on, because that show I think actually did pretty well. I think I got maybe 3 or 4 thousand views on that one, but literally that was all I got, 3 or 4 thousand views. It's not like I got 20,000 views or some shit. And unfortunately, it can be difficult to get the guests because I think the guests actually think that they're going to be a big draw to your channel or whatever. So they try to, I don't know. It's a whole thing. I don't want to get into it honestly, but like literally the interviews actually do worse than any other normal show. So for example, when I bring Fang on or whoever, it's really just for me. Like honestly, like I know that there are people in the audience that enjoy these shows, but it's not just frustrating, it's fucking maddening to know that these interviews that are good enough that the people come back. Like that's the thing. Like I know that these discussions are good enough because Fang's been on the show 5 fucking times. Like a bunch of these guys literally come back. North Star was like, "Fuck, I'd love to come back anytime." Like they enjoy the discussion. People in chat love the discussion, but somehow that shit's just not popular on YouTube anymore. I don't understand it because a few years ago, doesn't seem like our culture has changed all that much. But a few years ago, some of these discussions were getting 20,000 views, 30,000 views. I could have on my channel, I could have a panel discussion between the ghost of Subcool, Kevin Jodry, and the ghost of Jack Hare himself, and I probably wouldn't get 1,000 views. Literally, if I brought them back to life, reanimated their corpses and shit, like for real, not with AI, but like literally
Why you gotta
reanimated their
kill
corpses
Kev?
with magic, I bet you I wouldn't break 1,000 views. Really frustrating. No, I'm not even, I'm joking about that, but I'm obviously
No,
not
I'm
joking
saying,
about
why'd
the
you gotta
fact
be
that it
killing
wouldn't do
Kev?
well.
You ain't dead yet.
No, it's crazy. It's really crazy. And so you actually I wonder to myself, what's the point of YouTube anymore? I really do. I don't understand it. And there are definitely channels that do really well, but I'm not those guys. You know, like what is the dude? I can has THC or whatever the fuck. Like I guess I'm old now because I can't do that. I couldn't copy him if I wanted to, you know? And
What do you mean,
apparently
bro?
that's the shit that does grow. You know, his channel grows. So I don't know.
Isn't he like kind of like all the hip saying heady kid or something?
I guess, yeah. But
I don't
basically, that's
know.
what it is. Dude's probably in his mid-20s,
I'm
you know what I
old.
mean? And in the fucking, what do they call it, the TikTok
I'm old
generation
and
or some
so
shit.
and
I don't know. Yeah. Like, for example, Masonic, you know what I mean? Bud Kilowatt used to talk about Masonic. Dude is in a different generation. He's just at home
Yeah.
essentially with
Tapped
today's
in.
TikTok and everything else media. It's no fucking wonder that basically the dude could probably just stop breeding and he would still continue to be really
Yeah, he's
influential
tapped
basically in the
in.
breeding space because he's just so savvy, just so media savvy basically, I guess you could call it. Um, it can be maddening from the outside because you're like, fuck, how is he doing it? It looks like magic, you know what I mean? But basically you have to kind of, I don't know how do I put this. You have to have your finger on the pulse and kind of, yeah, no, I don't know, whatever, but whatever. Oh, cheers, Mr. Scotto. Mr. Scotto says, I would watch that episode 1,000 times myself. Well, right? Seriously. But yeah, I don't know. Part of it is I think that I don't know. I don't have an explanation. If I had an explanation, I'd probably be able to act on it. But one of my explanations, I think, is that the weed audience is perpetually 95% beginners. And that's one of the reasons why, for example, the Dude Grows show does really well. Obviously, they're very good, so I'm not going to say that they're not good at what they do. But one of the reasons why they do well is that their strategy basically is to appeal to the new growers, not necessarily the noobs, because I don't think they really appeal to the noobs, but they appeal to the newer growers. And they spend a lot of time discussing kind of newer subjects, you know, and they sort of bring up the same thing over and over and over and over again, and always kind of keep it on that sort of not
Yeah.
super advanced level. And they'll have some advanced shows here and there, but
They have
generally
their
speaking, they try to
homies.
keep things. Pardon?
They have their weed nerd homies. You know what I mean? They're like
For
those
sure,
dudes.
for
They're like the
sure.
regular average pot smoker, I think, of
Yeah,
those guys or
yeah.
whatever. They're not
But
obsessed with the shit like we are.
and that, well, I don't know. Maybe that's not
Maybe.
because I think some of those guys are obsessed too. But I know what you mean by that. Basically, that a
I'm saying
lot
their
of those.
audience as a whole too.
Say it again.
I guess I was judging their audience more so than, you know.
No, I think it's fair just in general. I think basically most of them are lighter smokers. Even Scotty, who kind of smokes joints, like I would say he's a generally a little bit lighter smoker. Maybe he wasn't always a light smoker, but I would say he's a lighter smoker than many of us. For sure, the dude and a lot of the other guys are lighter smokers. What's that?
I said, dude's all healthy and shit. He ain't a big puffer. He's
Oh,
too
that's
healthy.
true. I haven't been watching the show for a little bit. So he's like all into what, CrossFit or some shit? I can't remember now.
I don't know. He's always doing something, it seems
Yeah,
like.
he's doing so he's very, very fit for his age. Congrats to him, honestly. But what was I going to say? It's one of their secrets, honestly, because it helps him grow with recharge. Because of course, Dude Grows is basically a recharge infomercial. It helps him sell that to always basically be
he's
with
great.
growers, whereas I don't think any of us would use recharge. I don't think most of our audience honestly would use recharge at this point. Not that it's a bad product, it's just it's something that we, you know, a beginner would use that, right? You don't really use it when you're a more advanced grower. You can, not because again, it's, I don't want to talk shit about the recharge or something. It's just that it's not a product that really advanced growers use, right? I guess I'm not being an insulting fuck by saying that,
I'll
right?
buy those little single-use things when I go by my mom's house, and I'll grab one of those little single-use, and I'll water her house plants with it. Fucking crushes.
Right? Yeah, perfect example of that. And when you know somebody that has house plants that aren't doing well or something, recharge is a great product for that, right? It's like a one size or one not one size fits all, one stop shop or some shit. My metaphor is not right. Yeah, basically it's good for everything, right? So you can basically just, here you go, give it to mom and she'll fucking use a teaspoon of that every time you water, right? Like perfect, right? But yeah, if you actually know what you're doing, you're probably not going to do that because of the expense and everything else and lack of control and so on. So nothing wrong with that. But again, you know, like, well, St. Bernard's observation booth used to yell until he was fucking hoarse in the throat, basically, talking about how recharge was, you know, overpriced and everything else. Because he was an advanced grower, right? Like he would, if he wanted microbes, he would buy TerraGrow, probably, which is what recharge is almost certainly based on, with obviously humics and everything else, kelp and shit added to it. And then he would buy the kelp and whatever else, right? And a lot of us, of course, now after having listened to Coot, you know, I don't use the kelp extract anymore, on and on. So like the list of things in something like recharge that I would use is, you know, like it just gets cut off, but you know, day by day by day. So to the point that I don't add humics anymore. I don't add, I'll add actual kelp, but not kelp extract and so on and so forth. So anyway, I'm fucking digressing. My point is that one of the reasons why their channel, even when it does get shut down, comes back is, again, they have a fantastic media strategy and everything, but they focus on a more kind of beginner level discussion. Whereas anytime in the world, if it's photography or weed growing or anything else, if you focus on advanced subjects, you've necked down your population of audience by 90%. You know what I mean? And it is frustrating basically because in every subject, for example, I'm a passionate photographer, and I've been doing photography for a long fucking time with some breaks, obviously, but I used to do black and white developing and on. I actually did some color developing on and on and on. There's very few people who have even that much experience, and that's frustrating because you want to associate with other people who are advanced at the thing that you do, right? And so it's very rare if you're, let's say, a photographer that knows about a bunch of different shit. It's very rare to encounter another photographer like that, and a lot of times you end up running into people who are kind of beginners, basically, right? And so you can't have the same kind of discussion. Where am I going to with that? I just basically, I don't know. I think a lot of us have this same problem. Anytime we get into a hobby, if you get a hobby or an interest or anything, if you get good enough at it, you end up basically being alone, basically, because you can't, how do I put this? You can't get advice from anyone else without basically going to the pros, for example, and they don't want to give you the advice necessarily because it's, how they make a living. For example, professional photographers, like they don't necessarily want to tell you the secrets of the trade or something because create a competitor or something. Anyway, I guess I'm babbling, but it's a frustrating thing that I think about sometimes. I'm like, fuck, why is it so difficult to get a decent audience in an advanced conversation? But then I realized, for example, like, fuck, there's a lot of YouTube channels that I kind of stopped watching because I realized I've advanced in that hobby, whatever it is, that interest or something. I don't get anything from the videos anymore because it's perpetually at a beginner level discussion. Then when I look for advanced stuff, it's just crickets, 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 nothing on YouTube, because people make videos for views, and if you don't get views, you don't get those videos. Anyway, what are you gonna do? What's up, hardcore? You're muted, bud, if you're talking. Cheers, Frugal Force. Says the people in cannabis has dropped in huge numbers, and the ones that are in it now get their info from more flashy channels focused on the corporate side. Also true, actually. Also very true. Cannabis is not as new as it used to be, right? And not only that, but it's definitely not as profitable for a lot of people. And like it or not, this is something that can be quite frustrating, actually, for me in cannabis, is that probably a good 90% of the people, maybe if not more, of the people who ever wanted to grow cannabis did it basically for cash cropping or because they thought they would be a cash cropper. And the reality is, like, it's challenging to be a cash cropper for weed now in any state. So that really cuts down the list of growers. That's true too.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm a cash cropper. I've been supporting myself solely through cannabis for 35 years, growing it. Before that, I sold it or whatever. But
I was gonna say you're I don't want to say a dying breed because I don't want to say that, but like there's not many left of you, honestly.
I did this with or knew were doing it just like me over the years. A bunch of them threw in the towel.
Yep.
Some of those guys were younger and had other opportunities. Even my one partner here, he went and got his contractor's license, and now that that's been picking up for him, yeah, he's got a bunch. Yeah, yeah. I'm a lifer, so like a long time ago when the price started going down and things started changing, and I'm at an age, and this is all I know. So all right, whatever. Like I don't trip on what those. Oh, it used to be 4,000 a pound, or it used to be this, or it is what it is, and it's still the only life I'd want. Like, yeah, no, like it's part of my mental health. the gardening part.
Would you grow if you didn't make any money on it? Like, I don't know, 5 or 10 years from now, would you still grow?
Yeah, like I say, I was a troubled addict and loved weed, made money on weed, but it was really the discipline it took. Oh, and I had failed attempts at setting up grows because I was still had an addict. I was still active. But then when I really worked on getting sober and got sober, and then somehow worked toward my goal was to have a grow. And then over so many years where I never looked back, like, yeah, I couldn't let the garden down by doing that. Or like, it's hard to explain. It became like, yeah, I had that responsibility. There were other factors too, but a lot of it was the garden and being successful and getting to that dream, because, oh, yeah, I made money off of weed long before I became a grower, but I had a dream mainly from the high times. I mean, that was really the only visual or editorial, there were stories. They were mixed in with a bunch of other drug stories, which, okay, no wonder I was like, I wonder how much of that influenced all the other drugs I was doing. Because, like, there were many months where the centerfold was like the best Peruvian rock they could take a picture of. I guess that if you had a cocaine problem, that might have led you to some cocaine. You know what I mean?
Well, people forget Jack Herer was an advocate of cocaine legalization too.
Yeah.
Well. This was my only grow guide. It was the only thing I had. And so like when special edition issues would come out, like for like the best bud of the year or whatever, I would be pissed because it would take out all like the growing tips and away from all the other shit.
Yeah, because I mixed in there.
Lived like magazine to magazine.
Dude, the fucking shit I've seen over the years in old high times, the growing tips was probably better off that you didn't get any of them. Fuck me. The ice on the roots and all that shit, the girdling and all that crap. Jesus H. Christ. You're probably better off if you couldn't read that language.
My parents got that magazine along with a lot of my mom used to order all kinds of magazines, and we always had a living room table with magazines. And I'm way before I ever started smoking weed, I was influenced by that magazine, like, for sure. There wasn't like, oh, in later years there might have been, no, that was all high times. That was it. They used to have my dad we had right on the same table would be the latest Playboy magazine. Which, looking back at those, there was a certain artistic part, and I remember reading some of the articles, like, because he used to have like good gets, I guess, in journalism. That was part of the good years of Playboy, I guess. Magazines, like, I guess we've just given up on them.
Just about, yeah.
From like like, even I had a dentist appointment today. Most of my memory of like reading other magazines, National Geographic, just array of magazines, would be a doctor's or dentist's office. They're in the lobby, or some other business, but for sure doctors and dentists. They'd have all the current magazines. That was like part of the lobby of business. My mom's office used to have them too. Yeah, I guess that's out of style now. Like, no one has magazines. But I used, as a kid growing up, when I waited in offices and read magazines and checked out whatever different stories. When I was in prison for 2.5 years, you can only, I think it might have been 5, was the max amount of subscription magazines you can get. And I remember, I had National Geographic. Oh, and there's a list. You can't get High Times and different shit. Porn magazines.
I was just going to say, how much you would have bet it was Penthouse, High Times?
No, you couldn't get those. But out of the regular, whatever magazines.
The New York Review of Books. Oh my
There's
goodness.
this magazine that still exists. It's called Relics. It's like a rock and roll magazine, mainly about the dead. They had I don't know if they still do. And I had a subscription to it for a lot of years, but I don't know why I didn't renew it. I feel like I owe them because they had a thing in the back of their magazine called POWs. It was in the classified thing where it was prisoners of war. And you could send them your address if you were incarcerated and they'd put you in it. And usually there was like a dozen names of people, name, and the address, your prison address. You would not believe, like, because mail call is like a big thing, and some people get no mail, and that's sad, and other people get. I used to get 20, 30 letters a day for so long. I even got warnings because Deadhead would send like things with glitter and insect, like weird shit that's banned. So I'd get a letter that, oh, hey, we confiscated some letter because inform your whatever they call it, that you can't have glitter and shit on it. But I met some of those, a few people, maybe 5 of those people. 3 of them were girls and a couple guys. But it was like
fucking awesome.
Like I never had a dull moment as far as like responding and so many of my mom put money on my books. I had no issue needing anything, so I never was like, oh, can you send me something? No, but they all offered. It was like I say, yeah, it was only a couple. I knew about that because I'd seen it in that magazine like years before. I never, like, to be honest, it doesn't even matter what I guess it does matter what they did, right? But most of them are just people in prison. Yeah, like I know how much it means. Like if you were to want to do something outside yourself and you made a pen pal from prison and just wrote whatever, I mean, a lot of them would probably try to hustle you for something, but I mean, not all of them. Even though it's been like, man, I got out of prison in 97, like late 97. So wait, that's like 26, 7 years. I can still remember certain things like it was yesterday. And due to the life I lived, there's not many things I can remember like it was yesterday. But that's maybe why I never went the fuck back. And one of the things I remember is even the highest ranking people I worked for would say to you things like, the recidivism rate is so high that there's all these like things that they say that like, yeah, because everyone goes back. You're in this like revolving door, like 90% And I even though everyone's set not to be that person, when the stats are like that high, it's yeah. Somehow like, yeah, I was no even that, I had a run in with the law. It was me and my wife's first date. And I ran from the cops, and then I absconded on a parole violation, absconding on my parole for 9 years before I straightened it out. Because I was set, I wasn't going back. So I did go back for about 5 months to fix the running from them. But yeah, and that was in 2007. So yeah, it's not like you never went back. But since then, I was able to discharge my number, which is rare. There's people my age, like that when I was in there was people, like I had a K number because it started way back in the beginning with A numbers. Like even notorious people like Manson, he was a C number, right? And it would take like many years for them to go through a letter, because it's 5 numbers in a letter. And then, like, I've heard, I don't know, a while back, they've already gone through the whole alphabet and are on double letters now since I left. And I had a K number, which at the time, yeah, you were like a fish, a K number. Like, there were people I met or saw that were B numbers. That meant that you came in like the 60s and shit. Pre-60s. Because some people, when they get sentenced to life, yeah, that means sentenced to life, and they spend a lot of years.
I heard that, or read rather on Reddit, I think that, I guess it's the Netherlands, that when you get sentenced for life, it's actual life because parole would require an act of the king, apparently. So you have apparently appeal to the king, and the king is like, okay, fine, you can get out. But literally, other than that, it's just fucking life if you get life. Crazy. Huh.
Well, up until 7777, when Jerry Brown, the original Jerry Brown governor of California, signed this thing called the Indiscriminate Sentencing Act or something like that, people would get caught with small amounts of marijuana or any drug offense and get sentenced to a sentence called 1 to life, right? And 2 to life. They had these weird sentences to life. It's a day in history in California. It's I don't think any ever topped it. The amount of people released on one single day is 7/7/77, when this act got signed by the governor that took away like decades of these weird 2 to life sentences and stuff. And yeah, that is kind of, that law, that sentencing act is still in effect. And then actually mainly due to overcrowding and other issues, yeah, long sentences don't mean that much. Like the basic thing is the prison can do what they want, basically, and they do things based on the overcrowding problem. So, like, when people get sentenced to 30 years, they could get out in way less.
Yeah, I heard with COVID, people were getting out with 10, 15, 20-year sentences, were just basically getting let out because they were just like, oh, fuck, the jail closed.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't have guards or anything. Can you imagine that shit?
And I just know from, I have no real life experience recently, but I know not much has changed in the bureaucracy of a prison and how it's run. I for like 2 years was a warden's clerk, so saw it from that perspective. Oh, I can't imagine how COVID changed everything like crazy. Like, I've heard little things, but oh no, like, even amongst people already, it was already a weird thing when it came to that, like being sick or sick people. And yeah, and they have a perpetual problem. Like in California, the county jails is where you spend, unless you're what they consider like a serious violent offender, that's the only people that they take to prison. So usually you only would do 1 year max in the county jail. Now, like, a drug dealer could get sentenced to 7-year sentence for selling whatever and have to do it all in the county jail. Not that he's sentenced to the county jail. The state prison system is so overcrowded that 7 years will go by and they will never pick him up because he's a low level. But if you're like serious violent, threat to society violence shit, then oh yeah, you end up in the prison.
Don't they say that the quality of life is actually higher in prison than it is in jail?
Like, when I was facing all this, guys in my cell and jail and stuff, they were like, oh dude, prisons, and like, I couldn't fathom what they meant, but I couldn't imagine doing anything but a few months. What it is a program. Like you can get a program, whether you're working out or you're going to school, or whether you're walking with guys or you're playing spades or cards, whatever your little program is. It gets repetitive. You do it every fucking day. But in the county jail, you don't have any of that. You're just, there's no, everything's, well, the whole thing's temporary. It's not meant for longevity, years. Where I still remember it feeling like it, all the way to the last months, which were the slowest time, but feeling like it was I remember when they gave me my official release date, it seemed like an eternity. Like, and I was short, like I was, but now looking back, like it's a weird thing. Cause like I say, I was troubled and like, hey, I was already in my mid-30s when it finally caught up with me. Like part of it was only a probation violation, but this judge looked at my whole record and basically white privilege and my mom having good lawyers, I avoided ever paying the price. I had like rehab and this and that, every kind of alternative sentence for a lot of shit for a bunch of years. From time I was a teenager till 30s. And he was like, yeah, you just don't understand the law. You've been warned. And yeah, they'd warned me all along. And all that triggered this was I went to San Francisco. Okay, when you're on formal probation, you can't leave your county without a pass. So they'll give you a pass. You have to ask for it and tell them where you're going and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I didn't ask. I just went and somehow got caught up where I didn't do anything wrong. They just ID'd me because they were looking for someone else. And they said, oh, you're on formal probation. You have a pass? And I said, yeah, it's in my glove box. Well, I didn't have it. Whatever. One thing led to another. I end up back in front of the judge. And yeah, he gave me the max sentence, 5 years. For a case that had happened in 88, that I had like a joint suspended sentence. One of these sweet deals that actual crime, it was sales of cocaine, had a mandatory minimum that somehow we avoided at the time. So I understand. And hey, don't think that the other violations, the same judge didn't explain to me what was at stake. And I still like didn't give a fuck and went to San Francisco because I wanted to, right? And yeah, it gave me 5 years. But that was the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. Because it taught me a whole bunch of shit. It's hard to explain. Like, one, I was overridden to like a serious violent. I'm technically like a level 1, but they overrode me because of my clerical skills. Because in certain prisons, they need a lower level person to be able to work in certain jobs. And so I ended up in a level 3 prison yard on a level 4 prison. So 4 yards, one was level 3, the other 3 were level 4. Calipatria, notorious history at this place of violence and craziness because it's out by Yuma, Arizona. Okay, if you take any psych meds, you're not allowed to leave the air-conditioned building if it's over 100 degrees. I would come to work at like 5 in the morning, and my first job was to put a notice out to the building for months. It wouldn't get under 100 all night. It would be 5 in the morning, still be 103. So those people couldn't go to breakfast. They had to have their food brought to their cell because they were on psych meds that it's on whatever. And there were weeks where it was like 128 during the day and like never under 100. Now we were in air conditioned. We had you had to like put things in front of your vent, because part of how they tried to control the violent tendencies of the population was to make an ice box out of the cell blocks. It's proven. Like, they have science. Like, oh yeah, when it's cold, people are less violent. Okay, because yeah, it was like a, what do you call it? They used to say it was a gladiator school. Like, yeah, a lot of these guys were just don't give a fucks. They were all ages, and there was racial. It was the craziest shit ever. Somehow I walked through it just with good energy and like, hey, I'm a deadhead. I'm a hippie. I don't know none of that shit, right? But I learned. I don't know. I never fucked around. I never like. It changed me for the better, because I was headed no good. I was trouble.
These are the kind of stories I enjoy on this show.
If it was like a 6-month sentence, nah. 2.5 years, that's how much time I was actually in the box or in the cell. It like gave me enough time to like think. I'm sorry, like, oh, I remember the first year I was so resentful, I blamed everybody else. Like, that was my tactic. I grew up that way. I was the victim, you know what I mean? And then somehow I just accepted whatever and realized like, oh, I was deceitful. I was there, all these things. I just used to write a journal. I read a book, like it would take me like 2 days to finish a book. A lot of them were just like novels and shit, but a lot of them were other books too. Whatever book you can get your hands on. And stayed out of the fray. And yeah, I used to smoke weed almost every day, which was hard because the people that smuggled stuff in, weed was like this amount of weed, you could only make this amount of money, and oh, this amount of other things you could make 10 times as much money. So all those other things were there, and weed was scarce. But I also remember the tiniest amount of weed and just one hit that you held in of like commercial weed when you're like that far removed. Yeah, like if I had some in the afternoon, one hit, like that would be it. That if you got weed, you and your cellie would each take one hit off of this like fucking pinner and hold it in until you couldn't breathe anymore. But you could get so stoned from that one, like barely a flake, like what today we wouldn't even consider anything. And this was of commercial weed that wasn't even good, but you could still get like that stoned. And if it wasn't for that, yeah, that used to make the time go by. Like, yeah, they called it a cap. Technically, it was supposed to be the inside of a toothpaste cap full of weed, but that was back in the day. What it ended up being is like the smallest amount of weed, and a cap was supposed to make 3 pinners, bugler papers. And a pinner was equivalent of one hit each. Like one person could take one hit and the other person take the back hit. But you could get totally stoned off of it. When I first got out, I would tell my friends that because like they were still just growing away and weed was plentiful. And I was like, yeah, dude, we waste a lot of weed. You'd be surprised. You could get high off of just this little bit, tedious bit. And they laugh. And like within months, yeah, I was smoking big joints again. Oh shit! I got like 3 projects going on at once. Let's finish one thing first.
Yeah, it's amazing how little amount of weed it does take to get high when you don't have a tolerance. Yeah, I remember just getting so stoned off of that commercial stuff back in the day.
I can't find myself in this. Oh, there it is. Shit. I figured out something new. All right. I got to move all these into the.
What you got there, bud?
Well, we took clones, I don't know, a week or so ago. Partner already did these and these, and these ones are rooted. So these are a mix. Like, wait, Topanga Canyon, Kush. There were a few of those. Larry OG. That doesn't look very good. Yeah, I guess he buys. I've never seen these new high domes. Like, these are the normal domes. These ones are like twice as tall. They probably cost a couple bucks more, but I'm glad someone finally made them like that. Because a lot of times,
Such a simple idea. It's so
yeah.
useful.
Let's see, JFR.
Did you ever smoke that? Did you smoke the I-95?
No, but it's like a couple weeks from done. There's
nice.
I guess he thinks there's roots. There's roots. Here's an I-95. Right now, we only took 3 of each garlic breath of each of these possible ones, just to keep them going, because like already we have, they show potential, but it's not done.
Right.
And so we didn't want to like go overboard. Wait, GC, grape. Oh no, grape gas, cheetahs. Oh, this is Katsu Bubba. Already, yeah, for a lot of months we ran 4 kinds. That's it. Somehow asked my friend for 2 different kinds he had. And when he brought them, he brought like 13 different kinds. And at first the Topanga and the Bubba, that's what I wanted. And we immediately got to work with those. But like, instead of just throwing those other ones away, yeah. But now we have
I remember
a mix up. Like already, see all the ones in the blue, we use the colors to keep track, is mix up. Everything else is the same color or their own color. Like Cheetah Piss has been yellow for 2 years. Slaps is purple. So here's like whole trays of slaps, whole trays of Cheetah Piss. Here's a new one we're going with, Sherb Crasher.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It came from like this whatever source. So we haven't finished it, but we trust the source. So we've gone with 1 whole tray. But then when it comes to the mix-ups, it's like, yeah.
Pick the healthiest one.
oh, when it comes to business, that's just like sort of like a loss. Like, oh yeah, I sell a few ounces of it here or there, and it takes away from the other part of the numbers. And so if it makes less, it's my like my one partner's like, yeah, dude, what the fuck's going on over there? You got fucking different fucking plants.
They'll be happy with that Sherb crasher.
Yeah, that and
it's a yielder, it's a looker.
The Bubba, yeah, the Bubba, the Larry, all those. Yeah, there might be the garlic breath. I've heard good things about that.
Oh yeah.
But these have to like meet other criteria, mainly yield, time, all these other things. Like even with the Bubba, which already takes longer to veg, needs to be in a different veg cycle, more time to top, to maximize the plant. Okay, so if we commit and do whole trays and have to put more effort in, can we charge more per unit? No. That's no. Oh, you could ask that. Maybe you should get it. It's fucking killer, and it's these fucking golf ball size Bubba. But like I already know the market and the customers. Nah, no. If you tack an extra 100 on that one, they'll just take the other ones that you're charging whatever for. That's how that goes. So is it even worth the hassle of more effort? That's the partner's argument, which, all right. Yeah, I don't
That's the one thing Amsterdam got right.
I don't have a response.
Charging more for sativas. And the market knowing that.
And we're not even like a scale. We're small, right? And that same kind of situation, that's why certain things are grown and certain things aren't grown across the board. The only people that can break that trend are like home growers that don't have any, they're just doing it for themselves. But once you start trying to, yeah, and some of this is, it used to be that there was enough profit, I guess, or enough in the game that, you could justify a little bit of that. But now today, not really. That's what yeah. Because when you start chasing things, not all of them are all that. And some of them need a different environment, need tweaking to be their potential. But if you have a room with all these other things that are running perfect just the way it is, it's hard to go and chase the needs of one variety, That's another thing. So a lot of them, even though they taste different and all that, they finish in about the same amount of days. They can all drink the same recipe and be happy. Those kind of things matter too.
Yeah, it's a huge part of production. Having easy feeders, fast veggers.
My spot, which I had to shut down a few months ago. Yeah, I didn't care about any of those things the last so many years. That wasn't why it got shut down. My landlord got upside down and was in foreclosure. But my partner here pointed out, oh, and I remember when I started all this idea of projects and chasing all these strains and all this, it was like right during COVID when in the last 20 years, that was probably the strongest market. Even the prices went up a bunch. Like, I remember not really thinking that it was going to be so short-lived, right? Because yeah, things were like flush again, and I felt like, yeah, I could fuck around, and because back for a bunch of years I was just growing like a couple strains and just knocking them out. And then COVID happened, and I must have cracked 100 different kinds. They were all tasty, not all of them, but most of them were. But even in the scheme of things, none of those are what's around now being run. Not one of them had all the check marks. A couple of them we did a couple runs with, but no.
Yeah, it's pretty much COVID for me too, and what brought me to YouTube and Instagram and all that jazz. Being bored, stuck in the house.
Well,
watch the Lion King. What's next?
Are like already been proven out at a scale metric facility, and these are like ones that they run at much bigger scale, like massively. And yeah, they've been like, oh, they're yeah, and they're always exactly that. Like you realize, oh God, no wonder they run this stuff. You know,
I could have told you. Most of those strains that you're running were like, it's not like a lot of like that Sherbanger. It's well known that's that one crush.
This is called Sherb Crasher, so it's the Sherb into the Crasher, not the Banger.
I screwed them up.
But I have smoked the Sherb Banger. What's his name's big on that?
One of them's Bloom. One of them's that Boston dude, I think, or something. You have the one that's legit or something. I don't know. I can't remember.
I've heard it a few times by people. Like, I can easily be influenced by the way I feel about certain people and why I would grow some gear rather than other gear, except that the plant isn't that. Like, I started to realize that I don't care about that part. Who? Because there's a lot of the who's that I don't judge with them. But if the plant that they got, that's all that matters.
But you know how you vibe with the plant and how,
like, even a lot of the stuff that we end up with is cookie family stuff. Yeah, I could see where I would be like, yeah, fuck that. Except that, oh wait, these are like, these plants perform.
Are good.
Yeah. So like, who cares how they, like, you know, but yeah, I'm mixed feelings on that. That sounds good, but yeah, there's
they didn't even breed it though.
No,
I mean that's just another chem dog or something, you know.
But
yeah, you could say they paid for it, but arguably that's not even true, right? Because the lawsuits say they didn't fucking pay for it. What a complex fucking situation, right? Jesus.
Good energy and like trying to support good energy. And ultimately, by what I just said, that's like not fully supporting good energy. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but
that perpetuates it in a way. You know what I mean? Instead of like, 100%. But the plant, yeah, the plant hasn't made it. Like, yeah, the plant's been hijacked by people. That's all. You know what I mean? It's innocent. It didn't. You know.
That's the way to look at it. Yeah. We just found it.
They even say the same for art. They basically say music and so on. It's not just painting or whatever, but all kinds of art, creative processes. They say that you should separate the art from the artist. They actually call it the death of the artist. In other words, you just imagine that the artist died already, and so you don't have to think about them anymore. Because, of course, a lot of artists are terrible people, right? Like a lot of musicians are fucking pedophiles and rapists and shit. Like, you don't want to know, right? Like a lot of people you just don't even want to know, honestly. Does that mean that you basically stop playing half the radio? I mean, fuck, like the classic rock stations would be basically devoid of half the shit that you love, maybe three-quarters, honestly, right? And so on some level, that to even stay sane, basically, a lot of people say, like, well, just fucking imagine the artist died.
Back, like, I think to the Mozarts and Beethoven, like, I'm not sure which, but select amount of those people and Van Goghs and weird old painters that are renowned and we celebrate. Yeah, a lot of them were tortured souls and had some pretty crazy lives.
Nobody has ever really said anything about Mozart or Beethoven or Van Gogh being cruel people. Actually, they were all super, really nice people. But I know what you mean. Bernini, one of the best sculptors, arguably, in the history of fucking mankind. I'll show some sculptures. Just his gifts were fucking next level. He was a massive piece of shit. He fucked his brother's wife and then killed his brother when he found out in a rage, basically beat him to death. He beat his brother to death because his brother was upset that Bernini was fucking his brother's wife, pretty much. And I mean, that was Bernini. And he got away with it. Like, oh, weird dude.
Van Gogh otherworldly talent. Because he was in love, right? That's pretty crazy.
No, he was the dude was super depressed, honestly. Super, by today's standards, we would say he was super depressed and probably needed Prozac. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Van Gogh was a poor dude.
Like, okay,
and even even his suicide as well as his ear. Let me finish my thought, bud. Both his suicide as well as the chopping off of his ear are conflicting stories now. There's actually quite a bit of circumstantial evidence, we'll call it, that his suicide basically was actually an accidental murder, essentially. Anyway, it's a really complicated and sad story, frankly. So it doesn't matter. What was I just going to look up? Oh, fuck! I just forget what I was. Oh, Bernini. Bounce here in a few minutes to reconvene tomorrow. Here's some Bernini. Sound just good, Dad, or are you guys just not talking?
Well, I didn't want to talk.
Say again, J5?
I'm in the other room making coffee.
Oh, he did. I was just going to say he did the columns. If you guys ever watched the Vatican Christmas ceremony, he did the columns. I can't remember what this thing is called, but this thing is enormous, by the way. This is like, I don't even know, 50 feet tall or some shit. When you actually see the Pope in front of there, he's like this tiny little guy. Bernini did those columns, basically. Actually, I think the whole thing. No, I don't remember now if it was the whole thing that he did or just the columns, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, super talented artist. Total shit basket, honestly. Salvador Dali, actually. Salvador Dali was a piece of shit too. A fascist sympathizer and everything. A lot of people love his art. I've always kind of found him to be sort of up his own ass, but
his shit was next level, man.
A lot of people loved his Dali.
Yeah.
I liked, honestly, for the same era, I kind of like Miro and a bunch of other guys better, frankly. Dali was a prick, frankly.
It was what introduced me to that style, I guess, of the art. Really.
No, that's fair. He's definitely the best known surrealist. Anyway.
You ever seen Beksinski stuff? It's like really dark.
Speak a little louder.
Vladislav Beksinski.
Dixinski? Is that like Mike Hunt?
Something like that.
Vladislav Diksinski. Let's look him up.
It's like it's really dark stuff, but
Dark side of the force, eh?
Spelling that right. Well, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Don't know. Your mama sure likes Diksinski.
Dzinski's. Dzinski. I'm doing the dirty Dzinski.
Or is it Diksinsker? That's not smart enough to make a joke anymore. Yeah, I'm thinking we might bounce here in a couple minutes. Good to see you guys though. It's always fun to see Bud work on his process. One of these, well, maybe we won't get a tour because that's probably a bad idea, but it would have been fun. maybe when I go to California, he'll give me a tour, and then I'll just tell you guys a little bit about it instead of actually showing it. We'll see how it goes. Actually, I need to ask him. I keep forgetting. When I go down there, I need to remember to bring my microphones and stuff because I want to. We never did a part 2 with Bud. He probably thinks I forgot, but we did like a part 1 interview with him, and I was like, "Oh shit, we're gonna." Oh, here comes hardcore again. I was like, "Oh, we have to do it again," and then we just never have because like my life just fucking went to fucking basically to shit. But thankfully things are hopefully getting a little bit better now. Knock on motherfucking wood. But in the meantime, it might be time for a part 2, maybe actually in person. That might be fun to actually smoke some of Bud's weed because he grows good weed. He actually sent me a little bit, and yeah, sure enough, it was good weed. It might be fun to try a couple of those strains and talk about whatever their shit. Bud always has the best stories. We'll see how it goes. I haven't had a Cheez-It. Is that a Ritz cracker or was it a Cheez-It? No, Cheez-Its are square. Ritz? I like Ritz. Full of fucking I was talking to my friend the other day about preservatives. I've got a friend who's I actually just had dinner with my friend who's a doctor.
Number one ingredient.
What's that?
That's the number one ingredient.
Seriously, that sounds so fucking pretentious. Every say it. My friend who's a doctor. Anyway, so my friend who's a doctor, we did not pretentiously talk. We just normally talked. Anyway, but somehow it always talks about, because she asked me about weed and I asked her about medicine stuff, and joke about random garbage. But how I put it, we were talking about, yeah, gut health, basically. And I don't know, somehow it always comes, maybe I ask her, I don't even fucking know. Anyway, sure enough, preservatives are one of the biggest problems now, increasingly. Evidently, old age studies, long-term studies are showing that among all of the different causes of death, causes of lack of quality and everything else of life, on and on and on, literally fucking food preservatives are one of the top issues, specifically phosphates, sodium phosphate, shit like that they make ham with. They make bacon and ham and everything else. And in your brain, you kind of stop for a second. You're like, how the fuck do two pieces of bacon every couple of days end up causing your death? But evidently, that's actually literally what is happening. I'm not exaggerating in any fucking way. It's like literally eating bacon a couple times a week over your life causes enough of this, whatever it is. I'm not a fucking doctor, so I'm not going to speak educatedly about it. Me talk smart sometimes. But anyway, what was I talking about? No, preservatives. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. So I don't try to be an asshole, but basically, I used to be a lot more laissez-faire about organic, not organic, whatever. And then I literally started growing weed organically, and little by little by little, I saw the difference, and I also saw the difference in kind of methodology and just, I mean, every single thing about growing weed organically has convinced me more and more and more that I can't eat fucking regular food. And it's actually kind of annoying because, as you probably know, organic food is a lot more expensive and hard to find, all that kind of stuff. Super fucking annoying, to be perfectly frank with you. But I've also been talking to some of my friends who've had, let's say, colon issues or gut health issues or whatever. And little by little, I'm not one of those fucking evangelists by any stretch, but just in conversation, it comes up, and we talk about shit like this. We talk about phosphates in your fucking bacon and your goddamn ham and everything else. Anyway, The new one that people are talking about is microplastics. Evidently, all of us have microplastics in our guts, and we don't actually know if that's a good or bad thing. It's probably not a good thing, to be perfectly honest, but we don't know if it's a bad thing yet or not. So we'll see. Anyway, I don't know why I brought that up exactly, but oh, preservatives. That's it. I'm not trying to yell at you. Literally, it probably sounds like I'm making fun of you, but I'm not. It is infuriating the amount of our food in America that is just laden with preservatives. No, dead ass serious. And it's not to say that other countries don't have a similar issue with junk food and stuff, but I think America really fucking takes it to the next goddamn level. I'm sorry, I was talking over you. Go for it, J5.
This is how these came to me. Guess who they came from?
Bud Kilowatt sent them as
my mother.
I was going to say Bud Kilowatt sent them to you as packing peanuts or something.
Christmas,
No, I mean, like I said,
that's their generation eating shit like this and TV dinners and all that crap.
100%. Yeah. No, a friend of mine who's actually now
I got a sliced up apple though too. So that was pretty dope.
A friend of mine who's actually probably actually older than Bud, older than me. Let's just say that. He grew up basically, I guess in the 60s. I guess he probably grew up in the 60s because he was basically well, maybe he's about Bud's age because he was about like 18, 20 years old or something in like 1968, right? Anyway, when he was a kid, his parents were somewhat affluent and not rich or anything, but I think his dad was a contractor. In fact, he was a contractor, and mom was a stay-at-home mom, and dad was a contractor. Anyway, but they had enough money that they could basically have like bread from the German bakery and the Italian bakery and the French bakery. And he said, remembered all these different bakeries up in the hills in Portland. And one by one, the bakeries actually closed because all of the moms, his mom was apparently one of the last moms to do this. And he was complaining. He remembered how ridiculous it felt now, or years ago, he told me this, but it felt ridiculous in retrospect. But he was kind of complaining to his mom because he was like, all my friends have white bread. And they all have Wonder Bread or whatever. And he's like, why can't I have Wonder Bread? And his mom was like assiduously going to the fucking German bakery so that he would have quality bread every morning for his fucking sandwich. And finally, one day she switched to the goddamn Wonder Bread. And, we were laughing about it because, of course, Wonder Bread is goddamn garbage. But they were telling everybody that it was the future of goddamn food and it's going to make everyone live to 1,000 years. And I don't even remember what he was telling me. But long story short, garbage like Wonder Bread killed the quality breads. And little by little, some of us have gotten some of that back. Portland had now the bread is expensive though. It used to be cheap because he was telling me the German bread wasn't expensive. Like the bakeries back then were not expensive. Now, if you want to buy a decent loaf of bread, it's $6 or $7. Honestly, a normal loaf of bread is frankly $5 or $6 these days. But still, the artisanal stuff is always more. Anyway, where the fuck was I going with that? Preservatives. Fucking McDonald's. Holy shit. McDonald's even used to be better. And ironically, the McDonald's brothers wanted to run a really high quality joint. It was Ray Kroc. It was just like, yeah, we could make it cheaper. Anyway. I might let Bud do his thing. He's doing clones over there, it looks like. Are those seedlings or clones? No, those are clones. He doesn't do seedlings too much. Mother's is taller than he is. That's awesome.
I've the new Hugo cubes and then RO water, flushed them out. Now putting clones in and then I water in the solution. I just added microbes to the nutrient water. Like the first few waterings with Rockwool, try to build up a microbial life going. Only use microbes like in the first couple waterings.
I use microbes in every single watering, but indirectly.
Yeah. I'm here. Sam, who's like actually the least experienced of us, but he has like 10 years in. for many years, he managed, controlled, did everything. And has his, I guess they'd be called SOPs. And then since now I've been more involved, since things have changed in my life, I don't, yeah, there's some things I might do different, but and yeah, he has his system and it's been paying off, so we stick and do it.
No, that's cool. No, I was just joking because I grow in living soil, right? And so basically every time I water, I pretty much just water with water these days. Every once in a while I'll use I guess I'm not gonna water tonight. I'll probably water tomorrow morning. I'll probably use some fish hydrolysate. So I just add a little bit of fish hydrolysate. It doesn't have any it's probably not sterile because it actually fermented because it's pretty fucking smelly. But it's I'm not intentionally inoculating anything. I just basically pour water and fish hydrolysate sometimes into the soil, but the soil is filled with freaking microbes. So I was just basically joking. I was like, "Oh, I use microbes every fucking time, bro." Anyway,
bro.
I use no, I don't use cultured microbes. I use oh, that's not funny at all. I was gonna say I use like native microbes, but that's not that interesting. Anyway, ladies and germs, I can't even fucking joke anymore. That's how tired I am. We're gonna say, bud.
Give a couple what I think are Rockwell pro tips, but yeah, I don't think anybody watches or like everyone's into soil now or cocoa.
I've been interested in Rockwell, but every time I look at the prices, I'm just like, I don't think it's worth it because you guys are always talking about how fast the cloning is and everything, and that's definitely appealing because sometimes the way that I clone takes 2.5 weeks. It's really frustrating sometimes because you're just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. But on the bright side, I pay almost nothing for my clones. Like literally the clone plugs and stuff. I could honestly do them for free. I just basically buy the clone plugs because it's easier, but it costs $10 for a whole tray of clones. It's really not that much at all. Not even $10.
My first clone.
I mean, last I figured these kits are like 35 cents each. The small ones. These ones are like $3 or roughly that. Like $200 for 160 of them today. So, all right, they are what they are, and then that's it. That's it.
But that's their final pot, right? Because basically, oh yeah.
Huh. And when it comes to just rotating them in and out, and here they are growing, and they each have I mean, we do things. This is just a thing we built with these like Y spigot things, and they get watered once a day, once a cycle. Here's a room that I just set like 2 weeks ago. These trays I defoliated 2 days ago, and now tonight I did a little of this one. These two trays need to get fully like de-leaved, everything below this. And yeah, we used to use trellis nets, all kinds of shit, but yeah, with PVC, and then we've used bamboo stakes and twisties.
Well, that's clever.
Zip ties, and these are like permanent. When these got set, they were way below. Like they were only maybe less than 18 inches tall, but it had been topped and beds and then yeah, they're still in transition. They're just finishing transition. That's why I'm cleaning them up. Take these ones, I'll come back and take all these off. If it's not really getting direct light, then there's no reason. Like, so everything down here is taken off. Like, I should have taken even that little. Trimmers don't want to. It's not worth it. It's not worth their time. Some strains, the blowers, are nuggy and worth it. You kind of got to know which strains. But yeah, a lot of defoliation hours where, yeah, some of that we used to do it differently, and then they would trim it all, and it would just be what it is. And then
Things changed. Like we used to pay trimmers $200 an hour. Now we pay, or $200 a pound. Now we pay 75 a pound.
Yeah,
But
I remember
they
those
only
days.
trim like the bigs. They don't fuck with the smalls.
Interesting. It changes over time. Never really think about that kind of stuff.
Over the time, we started just trying to take all those off. Like, don't grow those. But I wouldn't suggest anyone try to do what we do because we're outdated. Because like the way I look at, this is the same thing, and that's rudimentary than when I learned, when Scott and Chris taught me all this shit in 1990.
Wow, huh? 1990.
And we were growing in Rockwell then, and I still grow in Rockwell today. I've done it. I've sampled and tried everything, and some of
I
those
saw your
things,
living soil outside. Yeah, for sure. You know how to do all that stuff too. Yeah.
some of like what I got used to in Rockwell is like just the easy turnaround. I don't know. I don't know. It works. Now, there's a lot of people don't understand Rockwell for one thing, right? It's basically basalt. It's an inert. It is nothing basically other than it's spun, like fiberglass is spun. It's spun sand, basalt sand. It makes that block. And where the basic difference
Like
between
rock cotton candy.
SOP,
exactly.
Even though at my house, I was there, lived there. So I don't know why I had the safer than sorry implementation. So I didn't really fuck with dry backs, because when you fuck with dry backs, well, in here, there's days when no one's here. And he like gets hellified results with Rockwell and dry. Like most of the time, our cubes are fairly light, right? Yeah, but yeah, you're playing right on the line, because a certain plant could be bigger, a different strain could drink more. You're playing with if you're there to monitor it, or if you have sensors. But he calls them droughts. But every once in a while, he finds out the hard way. He dry backed a little hard with wilt, and then they pop back. Sometimes they don't, but most of the time they do. But then you'll notice like a week or two later, some of those leaves yellow and die.
Curled up dead.
Yeah, they went through a dry back. Where I've been doing this a long time. I always safer than sorry. So I maybe was overwaterer, more cycles than not. Here are the other way, where I always dry back. But
speaking of cotton candy,
when I learned how to use Rockwell, no one talked about dry back. I think people were doing it before Jungle Boys, but the first time I saw or heard about it was on a video they put out years ago. And when you got that dialed in, Rockwell really, it works better.
I'm surprised it's economical for veggies and stuff, because Rockwell literally is not made for the cannabis industry. It's made for the greenhouse flower industry and shit in Holland, right? And then it's just like a byproduct for the cannabis industry. Fucking stunning. Like $3.50, $4 per plug. Must be a $10-15 plant, you'd think. I don't know.
What I've always heard is cannabis wouldn't like that's part of the overall business of Rodan. It wouldn't even phase them if they didn't have it.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
It's not like, oh wow, if we lost cannabis, we'd be fucked. No, they don't need us. Now, it's pretty substantial. Part of it is they don't really. Rodan especially uses their rock wool out of one particular mine. That's what makes theirs better, in my opinion. Years ago, all the formulation changes they've made, which I've been there for all of them, Delta to this one to that one, is basically them adding more recycled rock wool into the mix, right? Because they recycle rock wool, put it through a process, and then add it back into the new rock wool, right? That, when they first made a post about it on their website years ago, and I read it, it was basically them saying that at the current rate, if they didn't implement these things, they would be, their mine of basalt would run dry. And this is a way to prolong the thing. And I think now we're up to, it's like 44, I don't know, it's a good percentage of recycled rock wool in there. All these formulations, it's hard to explain. Like, even right now, you can sometimes go to the store and they'll still have the gray wrapper on them. That's the one before the white wrapper. Yeah, those ones are better water retention. It's hard to, like, the recycled stuff holds water more than the old cubes. But that's just, and because they're the big mamma jamma in the game, even some of the other brands are just them, like people rebranding theirs. Considering, I don't know the particulars, but we have basalt here in the United States. I don't understand why there isn't.
The whole West Coast is basalt, yeah.
Why don't we make our own rock? Why does it have? Because one thing about rock wool, yeah, it's all imported, and a lot of the price is the size. Like, yeah, their pricing is all like particular per square inch, no matter what size, all the way to the bags of the cube, the little cubes, which for almost 20 years, I grew in 4-inch cubes and then up bucketed those into a 3-gallon of loose little baby cubes. They still have those for sale. They're like $40 a bag, right? The reason, and those are out of the price of the rest of the square. Like, everything's measured in square. Like, a Hugo's price of a Delta, it doesn't really matter. When you buy a case, it's the case size that matters, right? If they suck the air out of the thing and compressed them just a little bit, they could probably put 6 or 8 of them in the box. But when you buy a box of the loose rock wool, it's just big box, only 3 bags are in it because they're all like air. But that size, this is what my friend that owned the store said, why the price of the bags. Because when I first started doing it, they were priced the same price as cocoa, like under $20 for a bag. So a few years ago, because those were $40, I went and changed to where I used 4-inch rock wool and then up potted in a 3-gallon with cocoa. And had to change the nutrient recipe around a little. Basically, add CalMag to get the cocoa right. And yeah, those I could get those for like 15, 16 a bag. Do the same amount of buckets that I could do for $40. I would prefer to use the little cubes. Here, when all that happened, they went into the Hugo. Yeah, the Hugos, once you really learn how to use the Hugo, but it's different than the Delta, the 4-inch. Like I had the 4-inch one down. Hugo has a tendency to get overwatered, logged early. And once Rockwell gets over waterlogged, it's not a matter of dry and out. It's hard to explain. Like, so you have to like tip about Rockwell is like, yeah, you have to train it. Like, yeah, you have to train it. Keep it aerated. That's what makes it a good medium is the air, the water.
Keep it separated.
Yeah, like roots in the plant do want oxygen in the root zone. And not at most of the, that's what perlite and lava and things are trying to bring into soil. Rockwool takes it to a whole other level. Like, your cube isn't like wet. It's more like moist with air. Like a lot of people use those small Rockwell cubes and say it takes them like 10 days to get roots. We get roots in like less than a week. Sometimes they're popped through in third, fourth day. But some people would think our cube's dry, like wasn't even watered. It's barely, it's moist, but it isn't wet. That's what makes the root pop out, air. Fast. Not that it won't root when it's wet, but if you want to root fast, have it have like air and a little moisture. It can't be dry. But yeah, Rockwell's weird that way. Like if you know how to, like how I know how Rockwell is by lifting it up, the weight of it. Like it's mainly just in my years of working with it. I know that one guy, forget, he's a Canadian guy, he was having a whole system and commercial thing where he had scales so he could weigh the weight of the that would be a pretty accurate, that's best data. But other than that, just lifting it up, most people that grow for a long time end up with like a weird scale in their head of when a plant needs to be watered by lifting up the pot or the rock wall or whatever it is. I mean, isn't that how most of us know whether your plant needs water or not? By lifting it up? Or
that's how I've told anybody that's worked in my garden, helpers or whatever. I just basically describe to them, how a proper living soil, in my opinion, basically should weigh a surprisingly heavy amount, but still light enough that it's like for example, if it's a Dixie cup, like or not a Dixie cup, a solo cup, a lot of times I start my seedlings and clones and stuff in the solo cup. It should feel surprisingly heavy, but basically no heavier than a cup of beer. So if it's heavier than a cup of beer, you're definitely waterlogged. But if it's on the way to a cup of beer, then basically you're doing good. Like basically if it's a cup of coffee, because water is heavy, right? So basically a moist soil should be surprisingly heavy for its size. It's always worked for people. They're like, oh, wait, yeah, that was surprisingly heavy. whatever, without getting into freaking details. Ladies and gentlemen, I am tired. I think I'm gonna freaking bounce here. Let's say we reconvene in the morning, shall we?
Safety meeting. Have a good night, everyone.
Sounds
I'll
good.
be first to sign off.
Cheers, bud.
Later, bud.
Yeah, later, everyone.
I'll go next.
Go for it.
Thanks for having me on, see me.
Hey, man.
Later, panel. Later, chat. Talk to you later.
Later,
See you
Gator.
tomorrow.
Later, hardcore.
Later.
Man, a few words. Literally, man, a few words. Ladies and germs, good to see you. What was I going to say? Actually, a good show for a change. Didn't take much cajoling or freaking lecturing or anything else. Isn't it nice when things go easily? Ladies and Germans, ladies and Germans, because did you know that Germany's legalizing medically anyway, which is arguably better. But ladies and germs, I think I was trying to say, regardless. We're going to be talking tomorrow in right around 12 hours, just slightly less if you're counting, 11 hours and 50 minutes or something. But in the meantime, folks, come join us. We're actually going to be probably on the other channel. In fact, definitely on the other channel. I'm just calling it right now. We're going to be on Fumidoro, ladies and germs. If you're not subscribed, I guess is the word I'm looking for feverishly. I told you I'm tired. Anyway, Fumidoro, ladies and gentlemen, is basically channel 2 of the extensive nonstop Fumidoro network. It definitely isn't nonstop. There definitely are stops. For example, we're stopping right now. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, there are a couple other channels that I hope to take advantage of. Not in an inappropriate way like you're thinking, but in the meantime, I want to actually make use of them. Fumes of Gold is channel 3 of the extensive Fumidoro network. And of course, Dank Culture Collective, I'm hoping to turn into the tasting group channel or something. I don't even know. Keeping the options open, basically. Started the extra couple channels just because this channel and the other channel, literally both channels at one point were shut down at the same time. So I was like, fuck, I have to literally start a new channel just so I can literally tell people that I have like no channel. Oh, my fucking asshole. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, 4 channels now exist. Might as well take advantage of them. So if you're not subscribed to this channel, please do subscribe. Tell your friends, tell your buddies, tell your bud tender for all. Probably would work. You know, honestly, I'd love to get some bud tenders back on the show. We used to have some bud tenders that stop by pretty regularly, including one guy that went as the bud tender. No, wait, I'm getting that wrong. He has a slightly different name. It's kind of a pun. Oh, I can't fucking remember it right now. Anyway, super nice guy. He lives over in Beaverton. Although I don't think he's a bud tender anymore. I think he actually manages the dispensary. So I wonder if he's changed his name. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the bud tender manager or something. Anyway, if you guys are bud tenders, hop on up. If you guys are weed distributors, if you guys are what's the word I'm looking for? Wholesalers, whatever, weed reps, on and on and on. I'd love to talk to all of you guys. It'd be super fun. Hop on up, ladies and gentlemen. We'd love to talk to you. For what it's worth, I would like to get to talk to a lot of those kinds of people in the future. So hopefully I'll be getting there. I've got a fucking wonderful field recorder that I literally use here instead of in the field. I bought it basically because I was going to go and do all kinds of fun conversations with Coot and everything else. Well, again, that didn't work out. So what am I going to never use the fucking field recorder in the field? That would be stupid. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully I'll be doing some field recording with it. Used it with that, well, it's been a couple, 3 weeks now, but I'm going to hopefully do a part 2 maybe this week, although it's already Wednesday. I have to hurry the fuck up because, anyway, busy. But in the meantime, I'm going to hopefully do part 2 of the interview with that 98-year-old Holocaust survivor. What a cool chick too, honestly. Such an interesting life she's had. Anyway, but I digress completely. That has literally nothing to do with this show. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be here, though, in a few hours. Come join us. Come join the conversation, of course. These shows are basically conversationally minded shows. I was talking about it yesterday. Think of, I don't know, your favorite cafe, your favorite bar in town. One of the nicer ones. It doesn't have to be the nicest one in town because I realized that was probably fucking pretty snooty comment. So it's probably a pretty snooty bar. So this is not a snooty bar, I don't think. At least I hope it's not. But imagine this is the nicest non-snooty bar in your town. Don't come on here burping. Don't come on here with stained shirt unless it's stained in an interesting way. Perhaps it's stained by a trendy artist. I don't know, maybe a Banksy spaghetti stain or something. I don't know. But in the meantime, short of that, ladies and gentlemen, be presentable. You know what I mean? On the show, be presentable also psychologically, verbally, you name it. This show is not, and I'm not trying to harp on the one guy because he's a valuable member of the panel. This is not just a hangout. At least I don't intend it to be a hangout. And definitely, if it is just a hangout in the future, I'm just going to stop doing it. So I want this show to be something that not only you guys enjoy, but something that I enjoy. And I think that's a reasonable request, honestly. But in the past, I've realized that when I have a question, I'm basically asking the question. If I ask the guest or whoever, I'm asking a question that at least 5 or 10 people in the chat have. It's always been that way. So if I'm unsatisfied or dissatisfied, rather is the word, with the show, I bet you anything, a bunch of fans are also dissatisfied with the way the show has gone. So hopefully you guys will come along for the ride. If not, I hope you will find other things to pass your time, sincerely, honestly, because life is too short to just sit in the room doing nothing. But in the meantime, hopefully you'll come along for the ride. And obviously, I'm always open for ideas. So email me at fumidor@chronictable.com if you do have any ideas, hopefully good ones. But in the meantime, I guess we'll figure out, both of us, if they're good ideas. In the meantime, though, I'm sincerely, honestly, I rarely get ideas from you guys, but every once in a while I do get a great idea. A few of you, you know who you are, have sent me some great ones. But in the meantime, I can't always, sort of take advantage of them. Again, not in the way that you're thinking. But in the meantime, though, folks, I am always receptive to new ideas. So fumidor@chronictable.com. Again, if you have a Gmail account, I will embarrassingly email you back from chronictable@protonmail.com, I think it is, because I just have not fixed that, and at this point I'm not sure if I ever will. I'm gonna try. I really am gonna try, because it's fucking infuriating that I can't fix this goddamn problem, but I have not been able to prioritize that shit at all. Christoph, good to see you, buddy. Just in time for us to leave. But in the meantime, he's probably been watching for a while. And no, he's probably actually waking up. Bonjour, Christoph. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess I'll leave it at that. Don't forget to, well, I guess I was lying because I'm going to mention my website. Don't forget to visit my website, fumidoro.com. There's quite a bit there. There's quite a bit of merch and t-shirts, basically, coffee cups, you name it. Christoph, I think, has one of the coffee cups. What else? Obviously, genetic preservation kits, ladies and germs. Thankfully, I think my life is calming down a little bit. I'm not going to try to jinx it by giving you any more fucking details. But wouldn't that be nice? It's been basically 8 months of nonstop fucking, I just can't even describe it. So anyway, long story short, hopefully the testing and everything else is going to proceed from now. I was thinking about that today, and yesterday I was like, oh, it's actually probably a good time to restart life, basically. So I just don't even want to talk about all the shit that's been going on. But anyway, thankfully, I think a lot of it's going away. I think we're going to get back into testing, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to get back into breeding too, hopefully here soon. So look for new things coming. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to continue, honestly, but thankfully I think I will be able to. So hopefully things continue as the way they have the last few days, literally just the last few days. So look for new cool things coming from Fumidoro, hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, and please do visit if you are able. Don't forget to use the coupon code BRAINS. That's the probably sleeping on BRAINS. BRAINZ for basically a loyalty discount of 14% off, ladies and germs. Thanks very much for hanging. Christoph, of course, hardcore in the house. J5, of course, as well. Thanks, guys. A couple of you for joining the panel this evening. Jack Beanstalk in the house. Marshall, Tigro. It's good to see you, Tigro. I think I didn't say hello to you earlier. Justin Bean as well. Good to see you as well. Who else in here? Southern Vermont. Vintage. Always a pleasure. Martial artist. Did I just say your name? I can't even remember. We'll just pretend that I didn't say it if I did. Who else is goofing off with us? Certainly somebody that I can shout their name out. There's always somebody I miss. Well, probably Rim is already gone, and Ned Kelly's already probably gone at this point too, but still. Ladies and germs, say hello to all of them. And of course, thanks very much for joining us, well, whatever the fuck, I can't talk. Lurkers, non-lurkers, all of you, people who watch the show on repeat or whatever, you guys are welcome as well to enjoy the show. If you do watch the show after the fact, please join us live one day. If you know, we actually literally do have a live, it's probably pretty obvious, but if you didn't know, it is a live discussion. Basically, I'm on the West Coast of the United States, so we start the show on Tuesday evenings at 7 p.m. Tuesdays and Saturdays, actually, now, because it used to be a different time on Saturdays, but Tuesdays and Saturdays both at 7 p.m. And on Wednesdays, we actually do high noon, so it's West Coast Pacific Standard Time is actually what it's called. So if you're at a different locality, wherever you are, we do actually get viewers and listeners. If I ever do turn episodes in the podcast, we get people actually from every continent. Can you believe that shit? Except for Antarctica. We still don't get Antarctica, but actually basically when I regularly update. So sometimes when I don't update for a month or two, we don't always get every continent. But can you believe that shit, that when we regularly update, we get people from every single continent listening to it? It might only be a few, but still it counts. Like fucking 5 people from, I don't even know, South America, it counts. Motherfucker, I dare you to tell me that it doesn't technically count. But in the meantime, I'm fucking babbling at this point. I'm just gonna cut it short. Thanks very much for hanging, though. Oh, I guess I was just trying to say that we're noon Pacific Standard Time. So just look that up on Wednesdays. And by the way, Wednesdays and Saturdays lately, I've been doing it just kind of for safety's sake. I've been doing it on Fumidoro. And so pretty much the only show that I've been doing on Fumidoro and the Flavors has been this Tuesday show. Maybe I'll change that in the future. I've just been trepidatious as a motherfucker, basically, because of all the goddamn reporting and stuff. So, ladies and germs, until we basically have some nice little pattern of not getting flippantly fucking reported and shut down and everything else, hopefully, ladies and germs, we'll resume normal life or something. I don't even know. Adios, folks. Thanks very much for hanging. Puff something wonderful. I think I've forgotten to tell you that for a couple shows, so hopefully you guys didn't forget. If you're not able to puff something wonderful, enjoy something else in your lives. Go enjoy a sunny day. It's springtime. Cherry blossoms are out. Don't forget. It's always here and gone in a flash, those cherry blossoms. So don't forget to go out and take a look at those, ladies and gentlemen. It's always just a delight. Take your special somebody maybe out for some pictures. It's always a great opportunity. Take your dog, take your cat. Somebody said the other day on Reddit, somebody was saying like, oh, do I take too many pictures of my dog? And the people in the comments were like, I have never regretted taking too many pictures of my dog. And I was thinking about the same thing. I was like, I have taken thousands of pictures of my dogs. I took thousands of pictures of the dog who's on my Instagram. He's not here with us anymore. I don't have enough pictures of my dog. I have thousands of pictures, literally, unironically, thousands of pictures of him. They are not enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, take some pictures of your dog. If you have a dog, just go out and take some fucking pictures of them, because it is never, ever, ever going to be enough. They're here for too short of a time, and you never will have enough memories without those pictures. Adios, folks. Thanks for hanging. We're gonna get fucking teary-eyed. Adios, folks.